Chapter 1159. The depths of the mountain range were completely peaceful. All types of powerful vicious beasts and barbaric dragons were lying dormant, feeling a type of pressure and danger. Occasionally, strange birds would cry out and flee into the distance. The leaves on the trees fluttered about, fluttering down in a disorderly manner. There was a wave of austere energy, as if late autumn and winter had arrived, sweeping through this place. The atmosphere was tense and suffocating. The fleet of motherships appeared several hundred li away. It was as if millions of evil mountains were traversing through hell, making everyone's hearts almost stop beating. The ice-cold ships flickered with cold light. They were densely packed, surging over like lead clouds. Under the lead of the three motherships, they sealed off this mountain range. Yi Fan naturally sensed this a long time ago. He opened his heavenly eyes and saw a dark expanse in the distance that made one's heart tremble. Chi! A streak of scarlet light rushed out several hundred li, sweeping towards Yi Fan. Chao Lin's expression was cold as she gave the order. The great battle thus began. Wherever the scarlet light passed, mountains collapsed and lakes dried up. It was dazzling and terrifying. Yi Fan didn't have much of a choice. He entered the light blue Mecca and turned into an ancient saint. He held a large blue bow in his hands, his eyes releasing cold light. Chao family, you all are too domineering, bullying others intolerably. Yi Fan held the large bow with both hands, releasing heaven overflowing fluctuations. This was a divine artifact. It was sparkling and dazzling. The large bow was several zhang long, releasing a terrifying aura. Yi Fan shifted his position, avoiding the tens of thousands of beams of light. He released a loud roar and drew the bowstring. His entire body shone with endless radiance as he aimed forward. It was as if a volcano was erupting, or as if a vast sea had burst its dike. A biting cold and intimidating aura surged, illuminating eternity, piercing through the river of time. With a light shout, Yi Fan released the bowstring. Fluctuations that made one's flesh and bones tremble swept out in all directions. The arrow that left the bowstring flew out, the brilliant beam of light like a blue sea. This arrow struck a 500 zhang long giant ship. Light rushed into the 9 heavens on the spot, producing an intense explosion that shattered heaven and earth. That place was filled with endless black holes. This was a catastrophic result. There were many smaller ships in the surroundings, and they were all affected. Under the scattering of the holy arrow's fluctuations, they all exploded one after another. It was as if doomsday had arrived. Back off! Someone in the 3 motherships gave the order one after another. They propped up the light screen and pressed forward to protect the battleships. Then, they shot out destructive light beams. This type of powerful mothership was enough to shatter this ancient star. Now that it was attacking Yi Fan, it was naturally a great disaster. It was like a tsunami that swept through the world. Their defense was astonishing. Once the light screen was activated, it would be difficult for outsiders to break through. To the enemies, it could only mean despair. If not for the traversal formula, Yi Fan would have definitely fallen. The divine power of the 3 space carriers was too great. It was enough to sweep across the boundless star field. Wherever they passed, even saints would be shocked. Other than that, there were also 6 ancient sage mechas standing in the sky, swinging their golden divine swords, black dragon spears, purple heavenly sabers, etc. This was a great battle, the sky surging, incredibly ruined. Chaotic energy was even blasted out, unable to endure such terrifying power. As for the mountain range, the moment Yi Fan rose into the air, it collapsed inch by inch and turned into fine powder, leaving nothing behind. Yi Fan, return my brother's life. Chao Lin was enchanting and beautiful, but at this moment, her face was somewhat distorted. She screamed. She was Chao Qing's blood sister. Last time, she was the one who came with the mothership, but in the end, she suffered heavy losses and had to leave dejectedly. Yi Fan did not reply and disappeared from his original position. He used the secret arts of the celestial court and the heaven-deceiving formation to conceal himself and rushed forward. At close range, he waved his golden fist and forcefully smashed into the light screen of a mothership. A deafening sound rang out, but unfortunately, the wave-like ripples spread out, and he could not attack. This mothership had tens of millions of Dao patterns densely covering its body. The interweaving brilliance could not be broken, otherwise, it would not have been revered as a powerful mothership. Beams of light shot out together, and the sky was colorful and overflowing. All kinds of divine radiance burst forth, looking extremely dazzling. Any beam of light was extremely destructive. Yi Fan retreated, moved horizontally, and charged vertically. He constantly changed his position, controlling the ancient sage war tools to fight back fiercely. The three motherships sealed the sky, and a supreme defensive light screen descended, blocking all of Yi Fan's attacks. Meanwhile, they still had a dense group of battleships that could shoot and kill the enemy without restraint. Yi Fan did not want to continue fighting, so he took out the chessboard formation and wanted to escape. However, the other party discovered his intentions, and the three motherships rushed out with hundreds of millions of beams of light, cutting the void. This method was simple and effective, completely breaking through the laws with brute force. The supreme divine might cut the void into countless pieces, and Yi Fan could travel through space, but he would immediately rush out. Outer Realm Cultivator, you are dead for sure. Return my nephew's life. A middle-aged man shouted, and the attack power of the mothership he was on became even stronger. I will use your golden divine blood as a sacrifice to my brother, grind all your bones into pieces, and sprinkle them in front of his grave. Chao Lin also screamed, full of resentment and hatred. Yi Fan's expression did not change. He continuously attacked, wanting to break through the blockade, but the light of the motherships was like the sea, sealing and enveloping this place. He could not break through at all. Qi Yun said sinisterly, "It seems like he can't make it. He is going to fall here today, and we have to help out. After all, we have received a bounty from others, and that is a type of divine mineral. We cannot let this brat leave alive." A mothership rushed up and joined the battle. The four directions were sealed, and Yi Fan's situation became even more dangerous. He had fallen into a hopeless situation. It's the Qi family's mothership. Yi Fan's expression turned cold. Outer Realm Cultivator, are you willing to join us? Perhaps we have a way to save you. Suddenly, someone secretly transmitted a message. An ancient sacred mecha appeared in the distance, watching the battle from the horizon. Who are you, and what are your conditions? Yi Fan asked. I come from an organization called God. Those who can be ranked in it are all peerless experts. They often go to the outer realm to mine divine minerals, and they need an ascetic like you. The mecha transmitted a message. If you want me to join, you have to let me see your strength. Help me sink a mothership first. Yi Fan said, your request is too excessive. I have already contacted another god, and he said he wants to test you. You must have a stunning performance to be worthy of us taking action for you. The god within the ancient sacred war tool replied. Yi Fan's expression was cold, and he no longer paid attention to this god. The situation was getting more and more dangerous. If he didn't change anything, he would most likely die. For motherships compressed the space. Even if he had the celestial court's secret concealment technique and the heaven-deceiving formation, he wouldn't be able to escape. 5 colored divine light flashed, and 5 treasured swords slashed out, cutting a large part of the light screen. Unfortunately, it quickly healed, and he couldn't rush out. Boom! The heaven and earth collapsed. Yi Fan struck out with the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, similarly shattering the light screen. He rushed forward for several kilometers, but in the end, he was swept back by the light screen that appeared again. Your performance is astonishing, and you are qualified to join God. However, we still want to see your potential. If it is stunning enough, you will become our core member. The god transmitted a message. Facing 4 mothership fleets alone was like a legend to any Dao executioner. It could even be called a miracle, which was why even this mysterious organization recognized him. Yi Fan sneered in his heart. No matter what, he had to rely on himself. The other party still didn't help him. Did they want to see his trump card? This was clearly unreliable. Open for me. Yi Fan circulated the army formula with all his strength, treating one mothership, the densely packed fleet behind it, and the blazing light screen as one. He did everything he could to control it, wanting to move it away. Boom! The heavens trembled, the fleet of motherships trembled, and the impenetrable light screen undulated. Everyone was stupefied. Just how enormous and terrifying of a power was this? To control an unmatched mothership fleet from so far away, it was comparable to moving an ancient life star. It was because there were supreme traces of the great Tao here, and every strand could lock down the universe. Who could move it? This was a leviathan that could wipe out stars. Yi Fan did it. The god in the distance was shocked, and he said to himself, could it be that he really has the potential to become a core member? As for Chao Lin, Qi Yun, and the others, they were all dumbfounded and completely dumbfounded. This was truly a person who could pull up the stars and moon, and whose aura was unrivaled. Is he human? How did this ascetic cultivator cultivate? It's truly shocking. Many people were tongue-tied, and they were almost dumbfounded as they watched this scene. Boom! Blood seeped out of Yi Fan's mouth. What he was doing now was incomparably difficult. Even someone as powerful as him could not defy the heavens for long. The void was clearly locked down, and the light screen isolated everything, but it was forcibly moved away by him. Some battleships lost their balance and collided one after another. They emitted brilliant light and were continuously destroyed. Boom! Yi Fan threw out the mothership and rushed out of the blockade. He spat out a mouthful of golden blood as he charged out of the exceptional killing formation formed by the 4 motherships. Too powerful. He can even escape like this? Inconceivable. Many major powers were watching the battle and were incomparably shocked at this scene. Who was that just now? It seems to be that terrifying organization on the Eternal Lord Star, God. Heavens, could it be that this ascetic has caught the eye of God? Yi Fan had killed his way out of the 4 mothership fleets. For many people, this was simply a miracle. Don't let him go. This person is terrifying and has boundless potential. If he escapes, there will be endless disasters in the future. Qi Yun roared. For the first time, he felt fear. The Chao family people hadn't even chased after him, but he had already led the motherships to chase after him. He was even more active than those on the Eternal Lord Star because he was truly afraid. That's right, kill him. We can't let him go. Chao Lin also shouted. The 3 motherships chased after him. But no matter what, they couldn't catch up. Yi Fan escaped danger and rushed through the realm gate. This ascetic is very powerful and has the qualifications to join God. The 2 gods from the Eternal Lord Star looked at each other and made this judgment. Although Yi Fan had spat out golden blood, his physique was astonishing. He recovered in a moment and his vitality was not damaged. That night, he entered the Qi family alone and used secret arts and the heaven-deceiving formation to hide his aura. Like a ghost, he ascended a divine island floating in the air. There were all kinds of divine marks and marks here that could defend against ancient saints. He used the travel formula and safely entered without making a sound. There were no alarms. This person is very powerful. He must be an unrivaled existence among the ascetics. In the future, his achievements will most likely catch up to the ancient gods. We must find him. If we don't get rid of him, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. On the island, Qi Yun's expression was ugly. This time, he had let Yi Fan escape. He was alarmed. He had personally seen how terrifying the other was, and a layer of haze appeared in his heart. He had gathered a group of powerful subordinates and was discussing how to find Yi Fan. He was determined to kill him. There's no need to find him. I'll come myself. Yi Fan stepped on the moon with a cold expression. He walked step by step like a god. Qi Yun was shocked. He didn't think he would be so daring as to barge into the Qi clan's forbidden area. One had to know that this place could defend against ancient saints. Immediately, someone rushed into the sky, wanting to gather people and send out a warning. They wanted to use the power of the Immortal Feather Qi clan to kill Yi Fan. Not a single one of you can leave. Yi Fan walked several hundred zhang away and intercepted them in the sky. With a pu sound, he removed the heads of 2 people who rushed into the sky. They were dripping with blood as he threw them onto the ground. The remaining people kept quiet out of fear. They were all horrified and felt a chill from head to toe. I'll pay you a visit tonight. Tomorrow, I'll go and sink the Chao clan mothership. Yi Fan was like a demonic god as he pressed forward step by step. His words were cold. Chapter 1160. The bright moon washed the starry sky, and pure white divine light shot out in all directions. Yi Fan was walking on the moon like a god of death. No one outside knew that he had arrived on a divine island of the Qi family. 2 blood-stained heads were thrown to the ground by him, shocking the group of people. Their scalps went cold and no one dared to act rashly. Cultivator from the outside world, what are you doing? This is the Immortal Feather Qi clan, don't you dare act recklessly. Someone shouted loudly. His relationship with Qi Yun was not shallow. What am I doing? You already know the answer. Yi Fan stepped on the moonlight, and with a single step, he arrived in the blink of an eye. He punched him into pieces, and blood splattered everywhere. He had come to kill. He wanted to find trouble with Qi Yun and get rid of him. There was nothing much to say. An old man came forward and said, "Young man Yi, I heard that you have a good relationship with our clan's Pearl, and big brother Qi Kuan also admires you very much. What you do will destroy their relationship and lead to serious consequences." You have the nerve to say that? Who sent the mothership and the Chao family to surround and kill me? I saved Qi Meng, and this is how you treat me? Yi Fan's voice was cold. His step landed, and the entire island almost collapsed. Huge cracks appeared on the ground, and with a prung sound, the person was sent flying and turned into ashes in the air. Let's talk about it. The Immortal Feather Qi clan has no ill intentions. Big brother Qi Kuan has already said that he wants to invite you to be a first-class guest, a middle-aged man said. But in reality, you want to kill me. Yi Fan stared at everyone. The middle-aged man continued, this? In short, the Immortal Feather Qi clan is willing to be on good terms with you. Some unpleasant things may have happened today, but it was only the actions of an individual. We can talk about it. If we were to talk about it, I wouldn't have come to this divine island. I would have gone to meet Qi Kuan directly. Is there anyone on this island who wants me to visit? Yi Fan mocked. This was Qi Yun's base camp, and the troops he had gathered were of the same mind as him. They had all boarded the battleship to kill Yi Fan, so there was nothing to talk about. Sir Qi was indeed impulsive today, but fortunately he did not make a big mistake. Please calm down, little brother. We are willing to compensate you. The middle-aged man was Qi Yun's niece's son-in-law. Yi Fan coldly glanced at him and no longer spoke to him. Instead, he stared at Qi Yun and said, "Old thief, how long are you going to hide? Do you think you can escape this calamity?" Qi Yun's veins were throbbing. Just now, his niece, son-in-law, and the others had bowed down to him, but it was completely useless. The other party was overbearing, making his expression unsightly. From start to finish, he didn't feel anything. Although he was afraid, he didn't want to lower himself to beg for mercy. With a gloomy face, he secretly sent a message to someone asking for reinforcements. Why aren't you saying anything? Yi Fan gave him a sidelong glance. Expert from outside this region, don't go too far. We admit our wrongs and are willing to pay the price to compensate you. Do you want us to kneel down and beg for mercy? A hot-tempered fighter said. Pooh! A cold smile hung on the corners of Yi Fan's mouth. He struck out with a fist, and this person turned into a bloody mist on the spot. His body and soul were both destroyed. Your power and arrogance have become a habit. Even in this kind of situation, you still can't put down your airs. Those who don't know might even think that I'm the one begging for mercy. Who exactly is the one on the chopping block now? Many people's expressions changed. The young man on the other side was extremely ruthless. He didn't even frown after killing several people in a short period of time. Now, no one dared to speak carelessly and kept their mouths shut. This time, this old man was wrong. What do you want? My Qi clan can give you some divine ores as compensation. Qi Yun spoke. His expression was indifferent without any expression. That's not necessary. Your life is enough. Yi Fan said. A few people stood behind Qi Yun. All of them revealed angry expressions and ominous glints shot out in all directions. They had been preparing for a long time and activated an ancient formation. At the same time, a group of terrifying firearms emitted blazing light and swept forward to launch a murderous attack. Everyone, let's kill him together. The news has already been sent out, and I believe there will be a great army coming to assist in a moment. Even the ancestral saints will be alarmed. These people shouted loudly. At the same time, Qi Yun entered an ancient sacred Mecca and fled into the distance at lightning speed. He wanted to escape this calamity. I dared to come here, so why would I be afraid of your tricks? Yi Fan's expression was calm. The 6 paths of reincarnation fist intent was unleashed, and the formation markings in front of him were greatly destroyed. After that, 5-colored divine light appeared behind him and swept through all the blazing martial divine light, destroying all of them. He also entered the ancient sacred war tool and used the secret technique of the golden divine treasure. In the next instant, the golden sacred bell, divine sword, heavenly pagoda, treasured umbrella, and other things appeared at the same time. All of them were dazzling as they transformed into streaks of flowing light and rushed forward. This was an attack that didn't discriminate. Streak after streak of bloody light dyed the red divine island red. Those who rushed over to attack Yi Fan were all chopped into pieces. Almost no one could take this attack. On this divine island, there were no motherships or the strongest war tools in the universe. How could these people contend against Yi Fan? They would only be throwing their lives away. He was like harvesting crops. With a sweep, a large expanse of blood blossomed. Everywhere he passed, there was a rain of blood and a foul stench as corpses fell in rows. Old thief, you still want to escape? Yi Fan executed the Xing word art and cut off the path forward in an instant. Everyone, let's go together and stop him. Our great army is about to arrive, and there will definitely be ancestral saints coming out of seclusion. Someone tempted and encouraged loudly. I only need a breath of time to kill people. Why do I need to take so long? Those who obstruct me must die. Yi Fan said ruthlessly. The 5-colored divine light flashed, and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was executed. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Corpses exploded one after another. They were not on the same level at all. The entire place was surrounded by a large expanse of bloody fog. Qi Yun flew up into the sky, but under the Bing word art, his ancient sacred Mecca did not listen to him. He quickly lost control and fell down. You can't mess around. I am the younger brother of the head of the Qi family. I am a direct descendant of the main bloodline. Qi Yun panicked. Everyone was afraid of death, and he had experienced it himself. When the time came, he was completely terrified. The person I am going to kill is you. Yi Fan said coldly. No, if you kill me, you will be in big trouble. If you show mercy, you can go anywhere you want on the Immortal Feather Planet in the future. We will give you endless benefits. Qi Yun's face was pale. Even if I kill you, I can go anywhere I want on this planet. Also, don't think too highly of yourself. I really don't think that you have a high status. You are just an annoying rat. If I kill you, then so be it. Yi Fan said coldly. I will fight you to the death. Qi Yun's face was pale. He wanted to fight to the death and detonate the ancient sacred Mecca. Gotcha. Yi Fan had already made his move. It was clean and neat. The 5-colored divine light flashed behind him, and he cut the ancient sacred Mecca in half. Sparks flew everywhere. Then he added a punch. Suddenly, the core of the Mecca turned into a ball of light and turned into powder. Bang! Yi Fan pulled Qi Yun out and said, I have killed people who are 100 times stronger than you. Old man, how dare you provoke me? No! Qi Yun shouted. He was completely paralyzed. He could not help but beg for mercy. Blood spurted 2 to 3 meters into the air. Yi Fan crushed him with one hand, turned around, and left without looking back, disappearing into the horizon. The cold moonlight shone down. The divine island was a mess. Dead bodies were everywhere. Qi Yun's people had died, and there were many casualties. This was destined to be a restless night. The Qi family of Xinyu was in chaos. The location of the divine island was a bit out of the way. The island was surrounded by runes that Yi Fan had set up to isolate the space. However, what had happened was quickly discovered. This was a drastic change. Battleships roared, and the ancient sacred mecha's war tools appeared. The place was locked down, and the sky was filled with noise. It won't be long before news of what happened here spreads throughout Xinyu Star. The Chao family will be alerted. Now is the time to sneak in and kill them, Yi Fan said to himself. This was a primitive mountain range. Auspicious air was rising. This place was the base of the Chao family. It was in a very good location. It was said that this was the training ground of the ancient great sage. 3 space carriers were parked in 3 different directions in the huge training ground. Divine air filled the air, and there were small battleships parked on top of each mountain. What a great place! Yi Fan could not help but exclaim. This was a place with soaring dragons and spirits. Auspicious air was overflowing, and divine light was faintly discernible. It was a rare place for cultivation. The more he looked, the brighter his eyes became. He had to admit that the Chao family had many tricks up their sleeves. To be able to snatch this ancient training ground, they must have spent a lot of effort. Ordinary ancient sages did not have the luck to enter. This was definitely the place where the ancient great sage lived. Now, there were still various runes flashing, and not all of them had been destroyed. This place was easy to defend, but difficult to attack. Even ancient sages would have to frown if they came. It would be difficult to attack. If they were not careful and triggered the restriction, they could be killed. Yi Fan entered the space carrier and could use the power of a sage. However, he did not rush in recklessly. Instead, he laughed coldly. What a good place. There are thousands of ordinary dragon veins, and the most important thing is that there are 2 rarely seen main dragon veins intertwined together. They are still alive. Yi Fan was originally thinking about how to break in, but after seeing this kind of terrain, the corners of his mouth almost twitched. This was the most ideal terrain for setting up the Heaven Yin Yang formation. He really suspected that Ancestor Yuan Tian had been here before. That was why he had created such an absolute ancient technique that could evolve into a great killing tribulation. Now, he could almost be said to be the Yuan Taoist master. He was only a hair's breadth away. His understanding and comprehension of the great arts were unparalleled in the world, and no one could compare to him. Yi Fan began to get busy. He quickly set up the formation at the periphery of the mountain range. He wanted to kill without leaving a trace and make the Chao family suffer the consequences. This kind of dragon vein is really rare. Even dozens or hundreds of ancient stars might not have such an exquisite thing, but I actually found it here. All kinds of runes flew out. Of course, the premise was that he used the heaven-deceiving formation as a cover. Otherwise, he would be scanned as soon as he made a move. Yi Fan found that after coming to the Eternal Star region, he used this kind of formation the most. Otherwise, it would be difficult to move an inch, and he would be discovered very quickly. In the depths of the mountain range, the chaotic chi formed ribbons and surrounded this important area. The 3 space carriers were thousands of meters long and had a cold luster. In one of the space carriers, Chao Lin's expression was gloomy, somewhat spoiling her beauty. Her eyes were full of resentment as she said, "He's really lucky to escape from the encirclement of 4 space carriers. I can't wait to catch him and kill him. We have to think of a way. This ascetic is super powerful and has extraordinary escape methods. If he doesn't take the initiative to appear, it will be very difficult to find him." An old man frowned. "We have to capture him no matter what. Didn't Qi Yun make a move? We have to drag the entire Qi family down with us and borrow their great power to kill this little dog." Chao Lin was almost crazy as she screamed at the top of her lungs. They didn't know that Yi Fan had already arrived and had taken the initiative to take action. Before long, Yi Fan carved mysterious runes in the earth veins and on the stone peaks. As long as they were activated, they would instantly cause 10,000 dragons to roar and the divine veins to boil. "Oh, it's enough. Let's enjoy the fireworks and the meteor shower," he said softly. Chapter 1161. An elder in the mothership exclaimed, "That's right. Drag the Qi clan down with us. They are half the masters of this life planet. If they make a move, it will be earth-shattering." Make a good plan so that the Qi clan cannot leave and participate. Chao Lin laughed hysterically after speaking. Her face was ferocious, a far cry from her usual beauty. Report. We just received news that the ascetic cultivator broke into one of the Qi clan's divine islands. He massacred Qi Yun and the others. A middle-aged man entered the control room and reported. What? The elders stood up abruptly. Could it be that the god has taken a liking to him? They were doubtful. Chao Ling let out a sinister cold laugh and said, "This is really perfect. This way, as long as we give it a push, the Immortal Feather Qi clan will definitely go into the water and advance and retreat with us. With this local snake, everything will be much easier. I want to cut that little dog piece by piece." That's right, huh? The elders laughed. This was a rare opportunity. The Qi clan would definitely be enraged. They just needed to guide them a little and they would be able to achieve their goal. What are you waiting for? Contact the Qi clan and send them our most sincere condolences. Oh, and don't forget to tell them that we will avenge the dead. Chao Lin laughed viciously. We have to be careful. He dared to attack the Qi clan. He is extremely daring. It is hard to say if he will not come here to kill us, an elder said with a frown. I really hope that he will appear. This place has the ancient great sage's symbols, as well as my clan's formations. I'm looking forward to him defying the heavens. Chao Lin licked her bright red lips, revealing her snow-white and dense teeth that made one's hair stand on end. Rumble. All of a sudden, the sky and earth shook. The primitive mountain range shook as if it was going to flip over. Primordial energy erupted, and many spaceships parked on the mountain peaks fell. Not good. Enemy attack. The mountain was in chaos. Spaceships roared, and all kinds of sage symbols shot out in all directions. It was hazy and formed a horrifying ocean. This is the ancient great sage's place of seclusion. If anyone dares to cause trouble here, I'll make sure they can't leave. Their soul bones will be turned to ash. It would be best if that puppy showed up. Boom. An even more intense collapse occurred. All of the ancient sage inscriptions came to life, and the mountains and rivers began to flow in reverse. The sun and moon began to spin, and the river of time seemed to have been thrown into disorder. Not good, this place is going to collapse. The elders felt a chill run down their spines. At the same time, the leaders of the other two motherships were also alarmed. The ancient great sage's runes had been ignited, and this had become their nightmare. Quick, get out of here! Everyone shouted. The great Tao of heaven and earth was burning, the power of the sun, moon, and stars all swirling, about to bury this place. Even the defensive light screen of the mothership was shattering, seemingly unable to hold on any longer. What's going on? Even the runes of the ancient great sage can't stop it? Who is it? Chao Lin's face fell. In the distance, Yi Fan indifferently watched all of this. From the moment the origin heaven yin-yang formation had formed, he knew that this place would inevitably become a peerlessly dangerous land. The runes of the forbidden formation's soul altar flickered, the great Tao roared, and the power was monstrous. The earth veins turned into real dragons, tearing everything apart. Almost at this moment, the primitive mountain range was boiling. The dragon's aura was billowing, and the killing intent was monstrous. In an instant, more than a dozen battleships were smashed and turned into powder. Retreat, retreat quickly! Everyone shouted. This was an impregnable base, and nothing had ever happened on the Immortal Feather Star. Now, it had been breached by an unknown enemy, and everyone was terrified. Could it be that the members of the gods have come? Thinking of this possibility, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The three motherships emitted a huge light screen to protect their own fleet. They wanted to fly into the sky, but it was extremely difficult. The ancient great sage's runes were originally meant to protect this place, but now they had been disintegrated by Yi Fan from the inside. The origin heaven pattern changed the direction of the mountains and rivers, turning this place into a land of catastrophe. The great sage's spell formation was burning. This was a disastrous result. The ancient great sage's magical power was so great that it could penetrate the heavens and the earth, summon the wind and summon the rain, and swallow the stars and the moon. It was omnipotent. But now, the great formation was out of control, disintegrating, burning, and heading towards destruction. The remaining great power exploded, attacking indiscriminately. Even the starships could not withstand it. No! Screams sounded one after another. One after another, the battleships were torn apart. The great sage's light swept across a large area. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen battleships were destroyed, and many strong people were buried. Rush out, leave quickly! People shouted. The densely packed battleships all rushed into the sky, fleeing for their lives. However, the ancient great sage's spell formation was not ordinary. The sky was also intertwined with light. The moment it disintegrated and collapsed, the destructive power spread to every inch of space. The battleships were like moths after autumn, falling in droves. It was a scene of doomsday. No! Chow Lin shouted in the mothership. She was completely crazy. She shouted, "Who is it? Come out." Chow family, enjoy to your heart's content. Yi Fan appeared and stood in the distance. He no longer hid his aura, and the people in the mothership could scan him. The Chow family was furious, but there was nothing they could do. "Bastard, I won't let you go. I'll grind your bones to dust." Chow Lin's facial features were twisted. She did not look like a normal girl. Her eyes were filled with hatred, and she was like an evil spirit with disheveled hair. "Charge, kill your way out." The three motherships raised their screens of light and quickly rose into the air, wanting to break free from this terrifying domain. What was the ancient great sage? They were once unrivaled under the heavens. Although their formation had long since been damaged, it had been ignited by someone and turned into a sea of destruction. It was extremely terrifying. The three motherships had all suffered heavy damage and could not care about protecting the surrounding battleships. They could not even care about escaping and could only struggle frantically. This was a great disaster. The densely packed battleships in the sky self-destructed within the formation, exploding one after another under the great sage's light. It was a catastrophe. Blood dyed the sky red was not enough to describe how terrifying it was. There was no blood, no tears, no wailing, only the battleships being destroyed. Every time, a group of strong individuals would fall. However, such a catastrophe was like fireworks in Yi Fan's eyes. He was not moved at all and watched quietly. Boom. Finally, one of the motherships exploded, which made the catastrophe even more shocking. A few important members of the Chow family in the mothership were killed, and not a single one escaped. Two real dragons, one black and one white, rushed out from the ground. They were tens of thousands of feet long and majestic. The dragon scales shone with a metallic luster, and their power was astonishing. These were the two main dragon veins underground. They turned into the power of yin and yang of the original forbidden formation, which destroyed everything in its way. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, and many battleships were destroyed. In the end, only one mothership flew up into the sky, fleeing for its life. It did not stop for even a moment. It left the immortal feather star and rushed towards the eternal Lord Star. The battleships were destroyed, and the mountain range was devastated. It had been flattened, and there were metal fragments everywhere. Green smoke was everywhere. One mothership escaped, and another mothership was destroyed. The last mothership was broken into pieces and crashed. The great sage's runes were destroyed, and the original forbidden formation disappeared. The dragon veins returned to peace. Yi Fan entered the wasteland like a demon. Not a single blade of grass grew, and the land was red for thousands of miles. He did not say anything. He first used the secret technique of the golden divine treasure to attack indiscriminately. He pierced through the wreckage of the mothership, which was tens of thousands of feet long, and caused it to split again. Many people did not die, but they were all seriously injured. They crawled out of the broken mothership, coughing up blood and struggling. "You came here with so many people. Is this what you wanted?" Yi Fan asked. A few important people were so angry that their wounds opened again, and they coughed up blood again. One of the women shouted at the top of her lungs and cursed loudly. The light in her eyes was terrifying. She was scolding Yi Fan. It was Chow Lin. "There is nothing more to say. I will send all of you on your way. I think the Chao family must be very distressed to have lost so many battleships. Yi Fan made his move and displayed his vision. Boundless light rushed out, and the whole place was submerged. All kinds of miserable cries rose and fell. When it was quiet, everything was gone. Even the wreckage of the mothership had become fragments. The land was bare, and nothing was left of the primitive mountain range or the base. The sky was bright, and the night was over. The morning glow rose, and the De Huang was very peaceful. The massacre had come to an end. In the distance, two gods were whispering. They were very shocked. They had seen the battle with their own eyes, and they thought that Yi Fan was qualified to enter the organization of gods. Perhaps he could become a core member. "Brother Yi, please wait," they called out. However, Yi Fan did not stop. He turned into a bolt of lightning, tore open the void, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In the morning, the immortal feather star was greatly shaken. Two terrible things happened that night, and the news spread quickly. Qi Yun had been killed in his seclusion, and the divine island had withered. Everyone was petrified. One had to know that the Qi family was half the master of the immortal feather star, and they were the #1 power. Their direct descendant had been killed in their own residence, and it indicated that a storm was coming. It was done by a martial practitioner from outside the city. He entered alone and killed Qi Yun and his subordinates. He is really strong. This kind of thing could not be hidden. Yi Fan had left after the matter was settled, but many people had survived the night before, and the news naturally spread to the outside world. Serves him right. Qi Yun was the most vicious person, and he was finally dealt with. This time, he bit the hand that fed him. Someone saved Qi Meng, but he helped an outsider kill her. It's good that he died. There were all kinds of opinions about this incident, but one thing was common. They recognized Yi Fan's strength and dared to do such a thing. If the first incident was a storm, then the second incident was a tsunami that swept through the star region. The Chao family's 3 space carriers were destroyed, and the entire immortal feather star was shaken. Everyone was dumbfounded. Those were 3 space carriers, enough to sweep through the star region, but they had been destroyed by one person, and almost completely destroyed. It was Yi Fan who did it. He destroyed so many battleships by himself, and only one space carrier managed to escape. It's too scary. I don't believe it. Was it done by one person? Are you sure it wasn't a group of the strongest warriors in the universe that destroyed the Chao family's base? God, it's unbelievable. It's scary. People felt their mouths go dry when they heard the second incident. It was too surreal. Was this done by a person with flesh and blood? It should be a god. The Chao family was defeated, and their losses were even worse than the last time. 3 space carriers were destroyed, and only one space carrier managed to escape. For the Chao family, this was a disaster. Naturally, this matter could not be hidden. Many of the big powers on the eternal main planet learned of it, and they were all dumbfounded. The Chao family's intestines were green with regret. All of this made them feel that it was unreal. Damn it, is that kid human? He destroyed 3 of our space carriers by himself? On this day, the people of the Chao family were going crazy. He has such a strong physique, and such a stunning ascetic cultivator is rarely seen. Do whatever it takes to recruit him. Let him have his pick of beauties and divine items. On the eternal main planet, many of the big powers made such a decision immediately. In the heavens, when the Brahmin clan received this news, they were all dumbfounded, and their expressions were very interesting. He's so strong? Fan Xian said to himself, looking incredulous. He's most likely related to the ascetic cultivator from a few years ago. We can use this as a guide, and perhaps we can bring him back. Fan Zhou said. Chapter 1162. No matter the cost, even if it's just a corpse, we must bring him back. This was the decision of the Brahmin tribe of heaven. They knew Yi Fan's value better than anyone else. The indestructible golden body was not a descendant. It had a pure bloodline and was one of the strongest constitutions in the universe. It could be cultivated into a world-shaking expert that could allow the Brahmin tribe to rule the world. We were too careless in the past. We did not discover in time that he was the first generation of the indestructible golden body. Now we have to make up for it. Some of the Brahmin tribe wanted to absorb Yi Fan's golden blood. It was not as simple as refining it. They wanted this bloodline to be passed down and used to change the constitutions of their tribe. The best way was naturally to marry and integrate the indestructible golden blood into their tribe. Perhaps it could even activate the Brahma divine blood in their bodies. If we succeed, the Brahmin tribe might be able to rule the eternal kingdom within 5,000 years and become the #1 faction. That's right. The fusion of two types of divine blood, if it mutates, might give birth to a true god. The Brahmin tribe was extremely excited. The value of the first generation of the indestructible golden body was immeasurable. To them, it was an evolutionary fluid that surpassed the 4th stage, and they had to hold it firmly in their hands. They were in awe of the ancient gods. They were incomprehensible and supreme existences. Now, a few of the most powerful and ancient factions in the Eternal Kingdom still had some of the blood of the gods in their treasure vaults. In times of crisis, they could use it to create a few unparalleled experts to save the day. This matter, perhaps we can only ask the ancestral saint to help us. Yi Fan's battle had stirred up a storm in the fairy feather star ocean. His name had spread throughout the region. He had single-handedly destroyed 3 fleets of space carriers. His achievements were glorious and stunning. Some of the direct descendants of the Qi family had a dispute. Yi Fan had broken into the Divine Island at night and killed Qi Yun. This had hurt their nerves. Some were angry and wanted to kill him, while others wanted to restrain themselves and not make a rash decision. On the Eternal Lord Star, which was even further away, Yi Fan had not yet gone, but he had already attracted the attention of some of the major factions. They all wanted to rope him in and obtain this sharp sword. At this moment, the Chao clan was the most infuriated. They were extraordinary on the Eternal Lord planet and ruled over a region. Ordinary people didn't dare to provoke or anger them. Trash, what's the use of keeping you? 3 fleets have failed, and almost all of them have been destroyed. You still have the face to live. An elder was enraged. Without a doubt, the Chao family had become a laughing stock. The Xinyu starfield was in an uproar. Although the news had not reached the eternal main planet, some of the major forces had already noticed it and were all laughing at them. He's just a Dao Severer, not an ancient saint. Even after sending so many people, they were all defeated. What use do you all have? A bunch of useless good-for-nothings. The more the old man roared, the angrier he became. The people below did not even dare to breathe too loudly. This old ancestor could become a saint at any time, and was currently an incomparably powerful giant of the Chao clan. No one dared to argue. Are you all mute? Why aren't you talking? The old man's temper was like a raging fire. Seeing that they didn't say a word, he became even angrier. Ancestor, now we can only ask the ancestral saint to come out of seclusion. Otherwise, it will be difficult to catch that ascetic cultivator. He has all kinds of mysterious methods, and if he wants to escape, it will be difficult to catch him, someone bravely said. On the Eternal Lord planet, in a desolate and dilapidated ruin, a figure appeared. He faced an ancient statue and bowed, saying, I found an ascetic cultivator with an extraordinary bloodline. He is qualified to join our organization, God. In the future, he might become a core member. The indestructible golden body is indeed extraordinary. It appeared hundreds of thousands of years ago, and it caused the entire star area to tremble. It is unforgettable. The statue emitted a strange fluctuation. Its words were ancient and frightening. Everyone had different reactions, and there was a turbulent undercurrent. However, Yi Fan did not care. He continued to move forward with his goal. In the past few days, he had almost traveled all over the Xinyu starfield, looking for the relics of the ancient predecessors. This was a stop on the starry sky ancient path, a part of the land of self-refinement. It could be assumed that the predecessors had all stopped here before. Understanding this type of strange country was extremely beneficial for the ascetic cultivators. Their way of thinking would receive a great impact. He killed Qi Yun, and we cannot let him go like this. If we do not punish him, people will look down on the Qi clan. This is not generosity, but cowardice. The Qi clan was in an uproar. The pro-war faction wanted to act immediately and find Yi Fan. They felt that Qi Yun's death was a humiliation to the clan. He saved our clan's celestial pearl, and many people know about it. Even our enemy, Heaven, knows about it. However, Qi Yun repaid kindness with enmity and led a group of people to kill him. This can only be said to be a mess. If this continues, the outside world will definitely think that we are not kind. Qi Kuan and the others did not want to act rashly, and they hoped to think of a safe solution. There is nothing more to say. This person must die. Only by obtaining his golden blood can we wash away the humiliation. That's right. Since he dared to provoke us, he must pay the price. We cannot let him live. In the end, the pro-war faction waved their sleeves and left, acting on their own. They sent out a large number of experts, and the whole Xinyu starfield was suddenly in chaos. The people were not very surprised. The Qi clan was half a resident of this ancient planet. How could they let the matter rest when a direct descendant was killed? They had to take action. However, Yi Fan's original technique was unparalleled. He could change his temperament and appearance without anyone noticing. He swaggered in and out of various cities with ease. We can't find him. This ascetic cultivator's secret technique is very strange. He hides in the sea of people, and there is no way to find him. The Qi clan's pro-war faction frowned and gritted his teeth. Go and find the ancestral saint. I heard that the Fan clan's ancient saint has come out of seclusion, and he might be here for that lad. We cannot let them take him away. Oh, there is another way. Ask the Supreme Celestial Mirror to come out. Even if he hides in the sea of people, we can still find him. That's right, it is time to use the Celestial Mirror. The pro-war faction of the Qi clan was about to make a big move. They swore to find Yi Fan and take his life. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Qi clan had a peerless and stunning revered immortal physique. He swept through the starry sky and was invincible. He had left behind several secret treasures, and one of them was an ancient mirror. It was not the strongest, but its divine power was definitely strange. Wherever it shone, all illusions would be broken, and no secrets would be hidden. It was called the Supreme Celestial Mirror. Boom! A huge beam of light shone down. Yi Fan's soul trembled. He looked up in shock and found that a brilliant radiance had shone down and buried him. What a terrifying light! It's coming from an ancient mirror. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He took out the green copper defense and sped away like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he had left the city. However, not long after, a brilliant light shone down again. It was overflowing with colors, and he had nowhere to hide. This brat does have some tricks, but it's impossible to escape the Supreme Celestial Mirror's search. The people of the Immortal Feather Qi clan laughed as they locked onto Yi Fan. Boom! The battleships roared as one mothership after another soared into the sky. This planet was not big, so they could travel tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. They quickly arrived at Yi Fan's location and shot out beams of divine light to kill him. Damn Qi clan! Yi Fan was astonished. With 4 motherships flying over, he could only run. He opened a realm gate and fled towards the outer space. However, the Qi clan used the Supreme Celestial Mirror as a guide. Hazy immortal light flowed and illuminated everything about him. It followed him into the outer space, and he had no way to escape. Yi Fan had encountered great trouble in this star field. This was the first time he had felt so troublesome and unable to escape. The Supreme Celestial Mirror was very magical and could reflect everything about him. The distance is too close. If I lay down Great Emperor Wuxia's heaven-deceiving runes, they might temporarily lose their senses. However, as long as I move, I will still be discovered. I need to increase the distance. Yi Fan traversed the universe, and the people of the Qi clan could also jump through space. They began a relentless pursuit. Yi Fan's expression became cold. He was preparing to descend on a meteorite and begin his counterattack. He still had some secret methods that might be able to heavily injure the enemy's motherships. However, at this time, a fluctuation that caused his heart to palpitate transmitted over. He knew that the situation was not good. An ancient saint had arrived. Not good, I've alarmed such a character. In the depths of the star field, a large expanse of dark clouds appeared. This was a magnificent scene that swept across the stars. A large black hand stretched forward and covered the entire starry sky. The 4 motherships trembled. They had been obstructed. Yi Fan's heart trembled. There was indeed a gap between him and an ancient saint. Unless he went up another level, he would definitely not be their opponent. The large black hand wanted to seize the 4 motherships. This kind of method was extremely powerful. Boom! In another part of the star region, a green hand reached out and collided with the black hand, blocking his way. At the same time, a loud voice shouted, "Old ghost of the Brahmin race, how dare you come to my Qi clan and behave atrociously?" The large black hand retracted and turned around to grab Yi Fan. It was boundless and covered the entire starry sky. Yi Fan's expression changed. He entered the host Mecca and let out a clear whistle. The 5-colored divine light behind him swept across the starry sky. At the same time, he waved his golden fist and 6 supreme fist intense shot out. With a loud bang, the primal chaos under the starry sky surged. Yi Fan flipped a few times and fell into the distance. The giant black hand trembled, but it was unable to grab him. Everyone was shocked, especially the people in the 4 motherships. They were all dumbfounded and filled with confusion. Too powerful, he can compete with an ancient saint. Ordinary people can control the war tools of the ancient saints and unleash their saintly might, but they can't really fight a saint like this. A green Dao light shone as the large green hand reached out, wanting to grab Yi Fan and bring him back to the Qi clan. Behind Yi Fan, the golden divine treasure opened. Dao bells, divine swords, heavenly pagodas, treasured umbrellas, and all kinds of other golden weapons flew out, drowning the area in front of them and clashing violently with the large green hand. This brat is too heaven-defying. He can fight against an ancient saint. Our Qi clan's ancestor is here, yet he can still resist it. What kind of battle power is this? The Qi clan's army arrived one after another, but when they reached this part of the starry sky, they were all stunned. When Yi Fan put his life on the line, he could fight against an ancient saint. On the heavenly hall's side, the large black hand didn't reach out. Instead, they watched coldly from the side. They could vaguely see a black figure standing in the depths of the universe. Traces of the Tao interweaved to form a terrifying field. He resisted an ancestral saint? In the depths of the starry sky, the Brahmin race's motherships also rushed over. Fan Xian felt his mouth go dry as he looked at this scene in disbelief. Chapter 1163. Yi Fan blocked the green hand and was not taken away. He was actually able to fight back in a short period of time. This made everyone dumbfounded. Not even a saint could do anything to him. The Qi clan's pro-war faction finally knew what kind of cultivator they had provoked. This fellow was extremely powerful and dared to arm wrestle with a saint. He was not afraid of the heavens or the earth and could fight. Of course, Yi Fan was on the passive side. No matter how many methods he used, he could only barely protect himself. However, this was enough to shock the world. Everyone on the battleships was petrified. Regardless of whether it was the Brahmin clan's giants or the Qi clan's leaders, there were all people present. Fan Zhou's eyes flickered with a strange light. Qi Kuan frowned and sighed. Peerless fairies like Fan Xian and Qi Meng were also present. They stood in the mothership's control room, dumbfounded. Their eyes flowed with a strange luster. This was too shocking. How did he cultivate? How did he reach such a realm? Even an ancient saint can't do anything to him? Cultivators excavate their own treasures and cultivate heaven-defying techniques. Reaching this stage is truly frightening. The Qi clan's saint frowned. He approached from afar and no longer used his large hand to fight. His true body had appeared. In order to protect himself, Yi Fan also began to fight with everything he had. A golden circle was propped up by him as he operated the ancient Saint Mech to form a Taiji symbol to fight against this saint. Ha! On the other side, the heavenly clan's old ghost laughed loudly. This was the power of his divine sense that could penetrate any spaceship. The Qi clan's people were shocked and retreated in fear that this marauder ancestor would attack them. Qi Yaoguang, you're truly capable. You fought a Dao executioner for so long without a clear victor. The heavenly clan's old ghost mocked. His body seemed hazy in the darkness. Fan Yuntong, if you think you're a level higher than others, you can come and try. Qi Yaoguang spoke. His green robes fluttered and the saint's fluctuations were astonishing. The star domain was trembling under his divine sense. Why should I try? This little Dao friend and I are friends and not enemies. I've come here to support him. It's useless even if you try to sow discord, said Fan Yuntong. In reality, he had also attacked Yi Fan at first. However, he had only tried once and stopped after failing to take him away. Clang clang. Behind Yi Fan, the 5-colored divine light spun, and the 5 treasured swords spun around, emitting an immeasurable pressure. It was comparable to the movement of the sun, moon, and stars, impenetrable by all arts, and even Saint Qi Yaoguang's attack was repelled. Fan Yuntong saw all of this, and was both shocked and regretful. This was the god seed of the Hall of Heaven, and after so many years, no one had been able to comprehend it. Instead, it had helped Yi Fan. As for ancient sage Qi Yaoguang, his face remained impassive. After fighting for such a long time, even though he had the upper hand, he was still unable to take down Zhang Xian. He was a sage, a peerless expert in eternal kingdom. He was an existence that could look down on the ants in the world. However, he was unable to succeed. It was inexcusable. Boom. Yi Fan displayed an irregular phenomenon. Even though it was just a simple fusion, an expanse of indistinct and not a complete connection, the power was still astonishing. It struck Qi Yaoguang until he cried out strangely and flew backwards. This star domain immediately collapsed, chaotic energy toppling mountains and overturning seas. It turned into a dark cloud, rushing outwards, terrifying and astonishing. He had sent a sage flying. In the star domain, the people in the spaceships were dumbfounded. Everyone knew that after this battle, Yi Fan's value had increased. Perhaps the most powerful ancient factions on the Eternal Lord planet would extend an olive branch to him. All right, I admit that you can defeat a sage. This old man will have to go all out. Qi Yaoguang's face was hot. This was truly uncomfortable, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. Sister Meng, your old ancestor was almost beaten to the ground by a Dao-severing brat. Just now, his face was red and blood was gushing out. It was extremely uncomfortable. In the mothership, Fan Xian teased. She sent the scene to the main control room where Qi Meng was. Qi Meng blinked her large eyes and said, "What are you so happy about? He came out from your Hall of Heaven, and he slaughtered his way through. I remember that your family suffered heavy losses, and everyone was hopping mad. I heard that your favorite 9-colored divine glass lamp was even shattered." Boom. An astonishing transformation took place on the battlefield. Qi Yaoguang did as he said. He released a wave of heaven overflowing might, and the sun, moon, and stars all trembled because of him. He wore a layer of green battle armor, and his aura immediately became many times more powerful. It affected the pulse of this star domain, and the terrifying aura shocked the heavens. Sage King armor. This divine armor wasn't very large. It was only half a zhang tall, and it was just enough to cover his body. Many people cried out in alarm. It surpassed the ancient mecha and was a king-grade item. It could raise a sage's strength to a whole new realm. Just like how a half-saint could display holy might after controlling an ancient mecha, when a true sage entered a suitable war tool, they could similarly surpass realms, and their battle prowess would soar. An ear-piercing sound rang out. The universe shattered, and Qi Yaoguang became unmatched. He stretched out a large green hand and grabbed forward. It was as if the sonorous voice of the heavenly Dao rang out, and the star domain was broken. Yi Fan fled at lightning speed, turning into a streak of flowing light and disappearing into the depths of the universe. He knew that it would be difficult to face this opponent unless he went up another level. However, the large green hand broke through the universe, and it was omnipotent. It rapidly extended over, and it was boundlessly terrifying. It enveloped a small planet beside Yi Fan's body, and it exploded with a single grab. Plucking the stars and capturing the moon, this wasn't a legend. This was something that had truly happened. When one reached such a level of power, they were all kings among the sages. They were absolute existences. Long. The universe rumbled, and the entire river of stars trembled. Meteors turned into powder one after another, and 7 or 8 small planets were all crushed by this large green hand. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. His thoughts moved at lightning speed, and he prepared to risk it all and use all of his trump cards. Suddenly, the old ghost from the heavens took action. He also entered the ancient sacred king armor, and a huge pitch-black hand stretched out. With a prung sound, the starry sky was shattered, and the path of the large green hand was blocked. "Old ghost, what are you doing?" Qi Yaoguang said in a low voice. "Naturally, I'm protecting my clan's esteemed guest. I won't allow you to offend him," Fan Yuntong said with a smile. Qi Yaoguang laughed loudly and said, "This little friend clearly rebelled against the heavens, and he killed his way out of your clan. How did he become an esteemed guest?" "It's just a misunderstanding. A little explanation will do. It's better than you guys biting the hand that feeds you and wanting to punish him, right?" Fan Yuntong said. Qi Yaoguang shook his head and said with a smile, "The younger generation is just insensible. I'm already this old, and there's nothing I can't accept. Why would I bicker with him and become enemies with him? I was just testing him. Now, I'll invite him to my Qi clan as a guest." No one would have thought that the two ancient saints would act like this. It was unknown whether they really didn't bicker with him, or whether they had ulterior motives. Be it the Brahmin clan or the deity Feather Qi clan, everyone was a little stunned. They hid in the spaceship and watched the scene unfold in a daze. The two ancient saints were clearly fighting over Yi Fan. In the distance, Yi Fan didn't continue to escape, because 2 powerful divine wills had locked onto this star region. He was considering whether or not he should fight to the death, regardless of the price. "Brother Yi, can we talk?" Just as the two saints were about to fight, the giant of the Brahmin clan, Fan Zhou, spoke. He flew out of the Cosmos mothership and flew towards Yi Fan. "What do you have to say?" Yi Fan asked. "Not long ago, there was a misunderstanding. Please forgive me for my poor hospitality," Fan Zhou said. He wanted to invite Yi Fan back and said that he would definitely treat him as an honored guest. Yi Fan laughed coldly in his heart, but his face was expressionless. How could he return to the Brahmin clan? There was nothing to say about this. "Brother Yi, I know you have some prejudice against us, but please don't worry. I won't let anything unpleasant happen again. This time, I swear that if I do anything unfavorable to you, I'll be struck by lightning and die during the tribulation." Fan Zhou made a solemn vow on the spot, shocking many people. He was serious and didn't hesitate to be so serious. After that, although Fan Zhou didn't say it explicitly, the hints were very obvious. He hoped that Yi Fan would marry into the Brahmin clan, and the only thing missing was Fan Xian's name. Many people were dumbfounded. What was going on? The Brahmin clan attached so much importance to this ascetic cultivator. The change was too fast. "Fan Xian, your uncle sold you out," Qi Meng said while blinking her large eyes. Fan Xian was devastatingly beautiful. Her 2 beautiful white legs were intertwined as she sat in the control room. She was also shocked. Then she waved her jade-like hands, smashing the screen of her conversation with Qi Meng until black smoke rose. On the other side, Saint Qi Yaoguang's mind was shaken. He opened his heavenly eye and stared at the distant Yi Fan. Then, he looked at the old ghost and couldn't help but say, could he be the first-generation imperishable golden body? No wonder, you guys suddenly became like this. The two of them were conversing in secret. Others didn't know, but they could see their expressions. They both revealed strange expressions. Qi Yaoguang secretly transmitted to Qi Kun, telling him to come out. Because his status was too high, it wasn't good for him to personally pull people over. When Qi Kun received the news, he was greatly shaken. Then he braced himself and tried to rope in Yi Fan. He actually promised that if he could refine the 4th stage of the evolution liquid, he would give him a portion when the time came. What happened? Why did the two clans change their minds? Both of them have this type of attitude? Everyone was confused. Sister Meng, looking at your family's attitude, they most likely won't sell it to you. Instead, they will directly give it to you. Fan Xian sneered. At this time, Fan Zhou suddenly took out an ancient mirror and showed it to Yi Fan. He said, I wonder if little friend recognizes this item? Yi Fan was expressionless, but his heart was shaken. Wasn't this the void mirror? No, to be more accurate, it was a replica of the Ji family's imperial weapon. It was a king weapon. This was left behind by an extremely talented cultivator many years ago. He said that if someone could recognize it, then that person would most likely be someone from his hometown, Fan Zhou said unhurriedly as he stared at Yi Fan's expression. Was this left behind by Ji Haoyue, or was it Ji Ziyue's weapon? Although Yi Fan's expression was calm, his heart was very uneasy. In the distance, Fan Yuntong smiled. He had been paying attention and sensed a wisp of Yi Fan's divine sense. Although it was very faint, it reflected his mood. Yi Fan cursed in his heart. As expected, saints were not easy to provoke. A moment of carelessness and he was seen through, knowing that his relationship with this ancient mirror was not shallow. Brother Yi, why don't we find a quiet place to talk? Fan Zhou received the old ancestor's hint and heaved a sigh of relief. As expected, it was related to the stunning cultivator from many years ago. Qi Yaoguang's expression changed. Fan Yuntong revealed a faint smile and put away the Black Saint King armor. He was not prepared to fight anymore. He said, there is no need for the two of us to fight. Little friend, you can choose yourself. Brother Yi, I heard that you are an outer realm cultivator. Perhaps you came from the same place as my ancestors. Over 100,000 years ago, they walked on a path of trials and finally stopped here. Can we talk in private? Divine sense fluctuations came from the distance. Several groups of people were rushing over. Even though they weren't ancient sages, they still made the Brahma race and Qi family feel great fear. It was because they were actually the transcendental powers of the eternal Overlord Star. You really made it easy for us to find you. We were just about to invite you to become one of us, a god. A figure flew over from the distant sky, causing the expressions of the two ancient saints to change. This organization was too terrifying. Yi Fan had just fought against a saint, and this had truly shocked these people who had followed him. At this moment, they appeared one after another and fervently tried to rope him in. Chapter 1164. The Qi clan of the Celestial Feather clan had chased after Yi Fan, causing a group of people to follow them. Now that they had shown up one after another, Yi Fan was shocked. He did not look at God, nor did he care about the hateful gazes of the Chao clan. Instead, he looked at the others. Your ancestor embarked on the path of the strongest trial and finally lived here for a long time? This was an earth-shattering piece of news. He had vaguely heard the old saint of the extraordinary warrior manner mention it before. Throughout the endless years, most of the people who stepped on this path ended up in a bloodbath in the outer realms, but there were also a few who stopped halfway. Now, he encountered this group of people, so how could he not be shocked? He stared at them without blinking. The others all revealed strange expressions. This was someone from the Eternal Lord Star's underworld king bloodline. Their power was great, and there was an old fella with heaven overflowing magical force overseeing them. They couldn't be provoked. This was an ancient family that could contend against the Chao family. Our ancestor's last wish was to step on the path of return, to return to his hometown. Unfortunately, he couldn't fulfill his wish even until his death. The people of the Hades king's bloodline said, extending an obvious olive branch. Yi Fan did not talk too much with them. He only learned a little about a secret. The Northern Dipper star field was very special. It was a place that even the ancient emperors were searching for. It seemed that apart from the five-colored altar and other primitive teleportation platforms, it was very difficult to find and enter from the outside. We've been exploring for many years, but we've never set foot on that path of return. We can't determine the coordinates. According to their speculations, if they wanted to enter that star domain, they could only rely on luck. There was no way to measure it. It seemed to be shrouded in an extremely mysterious mist. Yi Fan's heart was moved. He really wanted to travel with the Netherworld King race. There were many things he wanted to understand about the road ahead, about what had happened hundreds of thousands of years ago, and about the eternal Lord Star. But in the end, he gave up on that idea. He needed to be careful. After so many years, the Netherworld royal clan must have been assimilated. This could be seen from their reliance on motherships and battleships. Yi Fan glanced back and saw the ancient mirror in Fan Zhou's hand. He sighed in his heart. He had to make a trip. Since it involved the big and small moons, he had to go even if it was a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. Of course, he wasn't too worried. If he was forced into a corner, he could fight with all his might. There was still hope for him to escape. He turned around to look at the god, and tactfully expressed that he could consider joining them. However, he needed to go to the Brahmin tribe to take care of some matters, so he needed time. Afterwards, he politely expressed his gratitude towards the Netherworld King's clan, saying that he would definitely pay them a visit after the matter was settled. All of this was just borrowing power. If these two organizations were interested in him, they would definitely exert pressure on the Heavenly Hall, causing them to be fearful and not dare to make a move. In fact, the Brahmin race did not want to go to such extremes. After all, a living first-generation indestructible golden body was much more valuable than a corpse. Only the Chao family's eyes were spitting fire, but they didn't dare to approach. Now that Yi Fan had become the target of enticement from all sides, they definitely wouldn't be able to gain an advantage if they made a move in the outer realms. The Qi family tried their best to explain, but they still couldn't get Yi Fan to leave with them. At most, they could only ease the tension between them, so they were a little disappointed. But there was nothing that could be done. It was Qi Yun who repaid kindness with enmity first, and the pro-war faction who chased after him was really too much and unkind. Just like that, a tense confrontation and great battle came to an end. The smoke dispersed, and the tension was gone. There was a harmonious atmosphere between everyone. Yi Fan would go to the Heavenly Hall. The god and the Netherworld King race had both made their voices heard. It couldn't be considered a threat, but it was a hidden warning. If the Brahmin race dared to harm him, they would incur their wrath. Even the Saint Fan Yuntong was incomparably afraid of the god organization, because there had been more than one incident of a saint being slaughtered, and it was all done by a member of the god organization. Yi Fan was originally a target of assassination, but now he had become one of the most powerful physiques in people's eyes. They didn't hesitate to pay any price to get him to join their side. He had become a delicious cake, and the change was so great that it made people sigh. The Heavenly Hall was just a small world created by an ancient sage. It had merged with a small planet and evolved into a pure land. It couldn't be considered a true life source star. When he came here again, it was completely different from the last time. Yi Fan had become an esteemed guest, and not a guest elder who had to do his best for the clan. He was greatly respected. Of course, many people still pinched their noses and greeted him. They really wanted to skin him alive. Last time, he caused a great disturbance here, slaughtering in all directions, making many of the clan's disciples extremely dissatisfied. But now, things were completely different. Even the fan universe was extremely courteous to him, no longer acting high and mighty. Even a peerless beauty like Fan Xian had to welcome him with a smile. As for what he was thinking in his heart, it wasn't worth knowing. That brat destroyed several of our ancient divine war tools, and even seized our god's 5-colored secret 4-seed. Now, he is instead being treated as an esteemed guest. Damn it. There were some who were discontent and wanted to step out. However, they were immediately suppressed by the experts who were observing everything in secret, telling them not to cause trouble. Without a doubt, this made many people feel extremely sullen. They wanted to swarm over and teach Yi Fan a lesson, but they couldn't. They could only watch helplessly. What? Even young Miss Fan Xian might marry him? This can't be real, it must be an illusion. I want to kill that brat. What virtue or ability does he have to marry our clan's celestial pearl? After hearing this news, many young people couldn't sit still. Not all the plunderers of the heavenly halls had the surname Fan. To them, Fan Xian was the goddess of their dreams. Suppress. Fan Universe only said these 2 words in response to this uproar. Now that he wanted to rope in Yi Fan, he naturally couldn't let some impulsive young people spoil the grand plan. Yi Fan didn't have much to say here. He only wanted to ask about the secret of the ancient mirror, who left it behind, and what words were left behind. 8 years ago, a stunning ascetic cultivator came to our star domain. He fought with an unknown creature in the cosmos and was gravely injured. Yi Fan's eyes were profound. Through Fan Universe's narration, he knew that it was undoubtedly Ji Haoyue. When he saw the portrait, he was even more certain. Unfortunately, that stunning cultivator didn't stay for long. When I rushed over, he had already disappeared. Ji Haoyue had brought a type of divine mineral from the starry sky and left a small portion to exchange for an ancient mecha. He was very vigilant. He had originally said that he would stay and join the heavenly halls, but he had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Fan Universe was a bit embarrassed and didn't explain in detail. But thinking about it, it wasn't without reason that Ji Haoyue was so guarded against them. What words did he leave behind? Yi Fan asked. It's all engraved on this ancient mirror. Fan Universe, in order to show his sincerity, handed over the void mirror replica. There were a few lines of small words engraved on the back of the mirror. It really was Ji Haoyue's handwriting. I suffered heavy injuries on the path ahead and returned to recuperate. The Eternal Lord Star can't be missed. It's vast and mysterious. The evolution liquid can speed up one's cultivation, so it's worth staying here for a while. The members of the Mind Division aren't limited to this star domain. There are hunters on the heavenly path that specifically target the strongest trial takers. Is extremely dangerous. These were 9 pieces of precious information that shook Yi Fan's heart. The clues left behind by Ji Haoyue were very important to those who came later. Yi Fan carefully read through them and fell into a moment of silence. 8 years had passed. How was Ji Haoyue now? He should have improved very quickly in this place, and his cultivation had increased rapidly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suggested for those who came later to stop and extract the evolution liquid. But even so, Ji Haoyue had suffered heavy injuries on the path ahead and fled back to recuperate. One could imagine how dangerous it was. Where did you get this ancient mirror? It was in a historical site. Legend has it that Wan Qing once bathed there. It's called the Evergreen Pond, Fan Universe said somewhat unnaturally. This wasn't given to them by Ji Haoyue. It was obtained when the race was searching for the whereabouts of the stunning ascetic cultivator. It was somewhat different from what Fan Universe had said before. In order to make Yi Fan believe it, Fan Universe called the people who had participated in the search and let Yi Fan observe their sea of consciousness to see how they had obtained this ancient mirror. Yi Fan didn't say anything more and thought about it seriously. The path to heaven was indeed difficult. He didn't know what he would encounter in the future. Could Brother Yi consider heaven? Fan Universe tactfully said, hoping that he would join. He hinted that Fan Xian could marry him. In this star domain, Fan Xian was undoubtedly one of the most beautiful women. She was on par with Qi Meng, a peerless beauty that could topple cities. She was a resplendent immortal pearl. Yi Fan tactfully declined. How could he care so much now? He was only thinking about how to obtain the most powerful evolution liquid to quickly increase his cultivation and then hurry forward. He was well aware that on this ancient path of the most powerful refinement, one might need the power of a saint. Otherwise, he would only die in vain if he charged forward. Whether he marries into the family or not has nothing to do with me. Don't involve me. When Fan Xian vaguely heard that she needed to be sacrificed, she immediately found an old ancestor and expressed that she wouldn't compromise. Fortunately, the young miss resisted with her life. How could she marry that bastard brat? Many youngsters let out sighs of relief. Young Miss Fan Xian is proud and arrogant. She has her own dreams. So what if this person is powerful? He can't enter her eyes. During these days, the Brahmin race tried every means to rope in Yi Fan, promising him many things. They said that they were searching for divine ores that might be able to refine the 4th stage of the evolution liquid in the future. However, Yi Fan knew that the Brahmin race's accumulation had almost been used up. There wasn't much left. If they wanted to refine the legendary 4th stage, they might not be able to do so without several thousand years. Not to mention them, even on the Eternal Lord planet, there weren't many great powers that could say they could refine it. Yi Fan wanted to leave. The Brahmin race was stalling for time, but the members of the God race and the Netherworld King race had warned them to protect Yi Fan. I think he's refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. We might as well just kill him. We'll obtain the origin of the imperishable golden body and give his corpse to the Chow family. We'll share the burden. That's right. The Chow family has exerted too much pressure on us these days. If we continue like this, there will be big problems. The radical faction clamored, wanting to take action against Yi Fan. That won't do. Compared to the members of the God race, the pressure from the Chow family isn't much. That mysterious organization's reach is extremely long. It's extremely terrifying. Fan Zhou shook his head. We can let him leave, but before that, we must obtain what we want. An elder narrowed his eyes, revealing 2 strands of cold light. Some people didn't understand. If they didn't kill him, how could they obtain the golden blood? How could they merge it with the Brahmin race's bloodline? The elder explained that they could find some Brahmin race women and give birth to some descendants with the imperishable golden body. If these people grew up, their value would be immeasurable. That's right, that is the 2nd generation of the imperishable golden body. With just a few of them, it would be enough to sweep through this star domain. In the end, the golden blood will merge with our Brahmin race and be used by our race. Another elder nodded. In the end, the Brahmin race became hostile. They sent out ancient saints to put Yi Fan under house arrest. They wanted to obtain his imperishable divine inheritance. Yi Fan clenched his teeth. The Brahmin race really was vicious, all types of drugs practically drowning out his residents, stimulating his primitive beastly instincts. They wanted him to submit. A few beautiful women appeared, every one of them tall and slender, alluring and moving. Their intentions were clear, they wanted him to leave behind descendants. Yi Fan's face darkened. He operated mysterious techniques, neutralizing all of the various drug effects. They weren't that effective against him. You better be a bit more obedient. Don't force us to extract your blood, genes, and other things. When the time comes, we forcefully accelerate the process. You still won't be able to do anything. Someone warned. Bring away all of these mediocre women. If you want to give birth to my descendants, then your clan's Fan Immortal is more likely. Yi Fan mocked. In front of the large screen, Fan Xian was also looking at the situation. She was so angry her delicate body trembled. She stood up and said, "Despicable, too arrogant. Let's forcefully extract his golden divine blood." Chapter 1165. Fan Xian flew into a rage out of humiliation. She had had enough of Yi Fan. His undisguised mockery and provocation made her want to stamp her shoe on his face. However, no matter how angry she was, it was useless. The experts of the Brahmin race stopped her, and it was impossible for her to enter. After Yi Fan saw her, he loudly mocked her, making her so angry that she could only hide her anger. "Hey, I was just joking. Since you rushed over so impatiently, could it be that you want to use force on me?" "Surnamed Yi, don't be so arrogant. You aren't as important to us as you think. Do you believe that I won't kill you right now?" Veins popped out on Fan Xian's forehead. "You're angry out of humiliation. Don't tell me you want to use force on me, but even if that's the case, I won't let you get what you want." Yi Fan laughed loudly, completely unrestrained. "This brat is too savage. I really want to beat him to death." The few youngsters who accompanied Fan Xian clenched their fists. Yi Fan's mouth was extremely despicable, and he didn't stop nagging. Every word was enough to make others stomp their feet, yet he didn't seem to realize it and acted as if he didn't care at all. Fan Xian was so angry that she screamed, "Soak him in the lunar death water and peel off a layer of his skin. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility." The experts guarding this place looked at each other in dismay. The young miss had truly been provoked, and she was flustered and exasperated like this. It was rare to see her like this after so many years. "Do as Miss Fan says. Soak him in the lunar death water and make him shut his mouth." A man with some authority spoke. "No, the higher-ups won't allow that." An old man shook his head. "It doesn't matter. Since he doesn't want to cooperate, we can directly extract his blood and refine his genes. We can directly interfere and promote the birth of the next generation of the indestructible golden body. Right now, they didn't have much hope. Yi Fan was clearly unmoved by force or persuasion, so they might as well directly extract his divine gene imprint and artificially create a second generation. Life is the greatest miracle in the world. We can replicate an exact copy of the indestructible golden body, but we can't maintain that kind of divinity. You and I both know that the next generation of the golden body that is born naturally is the most powerful. It's better not to use extreme methods. The old man retorted. The Brahmin race really couldn't stand Yi Fan. His mouth was so venomous that all sorts of medicinal substances had no effect on him. Whether it was the women who had been sent over or the Brahmin immortal who had come to teach him a lesson, he had ridiculed them all. Even someone as strong-willed as Fan Xian had flipped out and shouted several times that she wanted to castrate him. The most beautiful woman in this star region had said such crude words, so it was easy to imagine what kind of stimulation she had gone through. Beauty, you're the one who said those words. Did I hear wrongly? Such vulgar words coming out of your mouth. Should I say that this is your nature, or that you're vaguely looking forward to it? Kill this bastard. I've had enough of him. Fan Xian was so angry that her beautiful body was trembling. The Brahmin race was starting to consider using force to obtain the blood and genes to extract what they needed. However, they would definitely have to ask the saints for help. In the end, Fan Xian stopped them again. She was truly angered badly. She felt that doing this wouldn't appease her anger at all, so she thought of an extremely abnormal idea. Didn't we capture a rarely seen devil emperor ape in the starry sky? Lock her up with this brat. The Brahmin race's people were stupefied. They knew that Fan Xian was truly angered badly. She couldn't bear it any longer and wanted revenge. The devil emperor ape was a type of extremely evil, and obscene creature. They lost 2 half-saints before capturing it. Its genes were incomparably terrifying. They had always considered extracting it for research, but they hadn't taken action yet. The devil emperor ape likes strong and robust men. Now, fulfill her wish. Fan Xian said. Yi Fan was stunned. He realized that he could offend anyone but this woman. If he truly angered them, they would do anything. Auho! That was a giant devil emperor ape covered in black fur that reached a foot in length. It was 6 zhang tall, and its bloody mouth was wide open. Drool dripped down continuously, truly making one feel nauseous. Use the divine laws of the great Tao to completely suppress him. Make him lose the ability to move and help the devil emperor ape. Fan Xian said sinisterly. She then turned around and left. She was a woman after all, so she didn't dare to truly watch. You're a freak. Yi Fan knew that he couldn't take it anymore. He prepared to break out of prison. If this continued, he felt as if all of his goosebumps were going to fall onto the ground. A cauldron rushed out from between Yi Fan's brows. The source energy of all life descended, able to collapse the void of the universe. The giant black ape's bones were immediately smashed apart, and it flew outwards. What? This is the source energy of all life. Heavens, this type of rarely seen immortal material can be used to forge divine mechas. It's matchless and unrivaled, yet he actually has it in his hands. The Brahmin race was in chaos. Those who were watching over Yi Fan were all shocked. They quickly hurried over to report. This matter was too important. Yi Fan wanted to break out of prison, startling all of the experts in this region. They hurried over together, activating the divine patterns of the great Tao to stop him. Don't worry, even a true saint can't break out. This is where saints are imprisoned to begin with, so there's no need for everyone to worry. Someone said, You have the source energy of all life on you? Fan Xian heard the news. When she hurried over, she was stunned. At first, the heavens didn't want to completely offend Yi Fan. That ancient saint didn't search him for the secret treasures of various sects, and only wanted to use a few of his family's beauties to get close to him. After that, it was just a romantic affair, and it couldn't be considered a grudge. Now, they were a bit regretful. The value of something like the source energy of all life was too high, and it was worth taking action. Golden blood, source energy of all life, all of this, is too fantastical, all concentrated on a single person. Hong. An intense tremor sounded. Everyone discovered that the source energy of all life wrapped around a green hazy object. It smashed into the ancient saint symbols, and many ancient traces were erased. Not good, he might escape. We need to report this to the ancestral saint. The green copper was extremely sturdy. Even though there was nothing worth its revival, it merged with the all-life source cauldron, and when it was used to smash things, it was absolutely unstoppable. What it lacked was magical force, but a portion of it was replenished by the source energy cauldron. Long. The ancient saint's great prison split apart, and streak after streak of cracks appeared. All types of symbols were erased, and Yi Fan was about to rush out. Ancestral saint, please come out of isolation. Someone shouted loudly, going to invite Fan Yuntong. Suddenly, all types of colored light flew out. Everyone felt as if the world was spinning. This was something that flew out from the black prison, and it was everywhere. Retreat, quickly retreat. Close all of the pores on your body, and don't use your divine senses. This is a holy medicine that stimulates the primordial beast instincts, and it has leaked out from the prison. Someone shouted loudly, and his expression was one of panic. During these days, for the sake of dealing with Yi Fan, they piled up all types of holy medicines in the great prison. These things could not only attack one's physical body, but they could also corrode one's divine senses. They could turn into light, and they were everywhere. These were holy medicines, refined by medicine saints who understood ancient medicine refinement techniques. They were the most terrifying. Yi Fan blasted open the great formation, successfully breaking out of the prison. All types of light mists flew out, submerging this region. No one could hide, because who could instantly move faster than light? Ho! Many people's eyes became red, releasing roars that were full of wildness. This was the return of their bestial nature. There were some who couldn't help but start a slaughter, and there were others who were full of bestial desires. This place became incomparably terrifying. Killing intent rushed into the heavens, and everything was in chaos. The Fan clan suffered the consequences of their own actions, absorbing this type of holy medicine. Didn't you want to deal with me? Yi Fan looked at Fan Xian, who was like a crane among chickens. She was slender and elegant, her ivory white body dyed in a layer of pink. The medicinal effects aren't enough, give me a bit more. Yi Fan grabbed a handful of holy medicines, scattering them all over her body. Fan Xian's screams were accompanied by a type of hurried breathing. It was a bit high-pitched and it shook one's soul. Fan Xian's figure was tall and straight, her beautiful legs turning from pure white to pink. She almost fell weakly onto the ground, and her entire body became incomparably hazy. You dare! Yi Fan roared with laughter. He didn't care about anything else, rushing forward and slaughtering his way over. All types of holy medicines were being tossed about, and then this place became completely chaotic. Everyone went crazy. You dare! Fan Yuntong arrived. A saint could travel thousands of li in the blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes and broke out of seclusion, he naturally arrived in an instant. Boom! A beam of heaven overflowing holy might descended, heading towards Yi Fan. Fan Yuntong was truly angered badly. What had the heavens become now? Their bestial nature had returned, and there was going to be great chaos soon. All of this started because of this brat. He was the one who spread the holy medicine everywhere. He was simply a scoundrel who burned, killed, and plundered, committing all kinds of crimes. Yi Fan hadn't killed anyone yet, and was only giving them a taste of their own medicine. However, the consequences were even more severe. That devil Emperor Ape howled loudly, chasing after several half-saints. Its eyes were all red. Yi Fan naturally found it extremely strenuous to resist the holy might. His entire body burned with golden blood energy, and the blood in his body seemed to be boiling. He felt that the situation was far from reassuring. Under the pressure of the holy might, his body had no choice but to resist with all its strength. The holy medicine turned into light and mist, and it was effective against him. At this moment, he had no time to refine it. The various experts of the Fan clan went crazy. The prison was in a state of chaos, and bestial nature, slaughter, and instincts all interweave together. "I'm going to kill you!" Fan Xian shouted loudly. Her full and towering chest heaved up and down, almost bursting through the bindings of her tight clothes. Her entire body was sparkling and translucent, and she was gasping for breath. She still had a bit of rationality left. When she saw Yi Fan, she immediately attacked. However, it was completely useless, and she couldn't move the holy physique at all. A cold light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. He wanted to kill her, and with a tap of his finger, a bloody mark appeared on her snow-white neck even from far away. However, he immediately released a muffled groan. Holy might covered the sky and earth from the heavens. Fan Yuntong's expression was cold as he slaughtered his way down, wanting to quickly quell the chaos. Another wave of holy might appeared, meeting Fan Yuntong head-on. It sent him flying and blocked his path. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Qi Yaoguang arrived and shouted at Yi Fan. During these days, he had always been lingering outside the heavens, and now he appeared to help. Yi Fan nodded and turned around to leave. He quickly laid down the chessboard formation platform and walked inside. At this time, his divine sense was also a bit scattered, and his vision was no longer clear. He was also affected by all kinds of light mist while fighting against a saint. Behind him, Fan Xian's body had long since become weak. Her breath smelled like orchids, and many multicolored clouds appeared on her pure white body. She had completely lost herself, and she instinctively shouted, "I'm going to kill you!" She entered the realm gate and weakly attacked. Chapter 1166. "I'm going to kill you!" Hurried words and a powerless voice came from behind, accompanied by a breath that smelled like orchid. Yi Fan turned around and Fan Xian followed closely behind. She aimed her palm at his back, but how could she injure the indestructible golden body? They arrived at the star domain. The chessboard platform was connected to the outer space, far away from the battlefield of the heavens. All the clamor and sounds of fighting could no longer be heard. Fan Xian was tall and slender. Her hair was smooth and silky, and her body was sparkling. Her eyes were hazy and her long eyelashes were trembling. Although she was lost, she still maintained her usual train of thought. "I'm going to demote you to a slave and make you the lowliest servant. Even the ancestral saint won't be able to forgive you." Her thoughts were in chaos and she couldn't control them at all. The resentment in her heart erupted. Her slender arms flickered with a bewitching luster as her slender fingers streaked past, aiming for Yi Fan's temple. Yi Fan's divine sense was also scattered, and his thoughts were unclear. However, his eyes still flashed with a cold light as he turned around. His golden blood energy surged and blasted Fan Xian away. She coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and her face was pale. She almost lost her life. "You dare!" The realm gate hadn't disappeared yet. Saint Fan Yuntong had transcended mortality and entered sainthood. He saw this scene through the spatial passage and attacked with a peerless attack. This was the fluctuation of a saint. Yi Fan suffered a heavy blow while he was in a daze. His body was flung away, and a vast amount of magical power pressed down on him. "Old ghost!" Qi Yaoguang's expression changed. He quickly blocked the ancient saint of the heavens and fought with him. The realm gate that cut off the path ahead dimmed and disappeared immediately, isolating heaven and earth. Starlight sprinkled down, and specks of light appeared in the darkness. Fan Xian was like an exquisite work of art. Her entire body was translucent, and her skin and bones were jade-like. However, at this moment, she was stained with strands of scarlet light. She was tall and slender compared to ordinary women. Her body was built according to the golden ratio as if it was carved out of warm jade. At this moment, she was in a trance. "I won't rest until you die. You'll become my slave." She lost her ability to think normally, and an instinctive anger drove her to attack Yi Fan, spilling out many of the words in her heart. "You lowly ascetic cultivator, you've provoked me time and time again. How hateful! I will use the cruelest methods to torture you, to make you understand what reason and law are." Her body moved up and down gracefully, curvaceous in all the right places. There was a hint of red in her snow-white skin, and there was a luster in her translucent skin. She stepped forward with her long white legs, aiming for the top of Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan let out a low roar and swung his fist out of instinct, releasing a blazing light. His physical strength was so great that he could fight against a saint. Pooh! There was only a flash of bloody light, and that body turned into a bloody mist. It was killed on the spot, and the light slowly dissipated. What? Inside the heavenly hall, Fan Yuntong was startled. He felt a chill as he growled, "You actually killed my direct descendant." Fan Xian and Fan Tian were the two people his clan valued the most. They had spent a great deal of effort to nurture them because their bloodlines were very pure. Perhaps there would be a day when they could revive the blood of deities. I hope the death substitution talisman left behind by an ancient deity can save her life. Fan Yuntong's face was gloomy. He fought Qi Yaoguang while killing his way to outer space to save Fan Xian. Bloody mist curled up in outer space. With a flash of misty splendor, a delicate jade-like body that seemed to be carved out of ivory appeared. All of the bloody mist and light flowed back in reverse. It was incomparably mysterious. Surname Ji. Fan Xian let out a resounding scream. She was momentarily clear-headed, but as the light of the holy medicine circulated, her large eyes became blurry and no longer as clear. At this time, she wasn't touched at all. Her body was slender and snow-white like jade. Her hair was scattered, and her eyes were very bewitching. She instinctively launched an attack against Yi Fan. However, what awaited her was only a golden finger radiance. It shattered her perfect body, and she turned into a bloody mist amidst the intense pain. This ascetic is really ruthless. Within the heavenly hall, Fan Yuntong's expression changed once again. He had bestowed the death substitution talismans left behind by the ancient deities, so he could sense them all. Fan Xian was one of the top beauties in this star field. She and Qi Meng were known as the twin peerless geniuses. Who would have thought that she would be mercilessly killed by Yi Fan? Moreover, she was under the influence of the holy medicine. Even her instincts couldn't control her killing intent. A terrifying beam of light flew out from the heavenly hall and slashed towards outer space. Fan Yuntong had deduced Yi Fan's position and launched a long-range attack. Yi Fan's body shook violently. A sudden beam of holy light swept over him. If not for his indestructible golden body, he would have been smashed to pieces and his soul scattered. No half-saint could withstand an attack from an ancient saint. He had been attacked by a saint in succession. Although he was strong enough and didn't die, his blood and aura were in chaos. He couldn't purify the holy medicine, and his mind became even more unclear. Pooh! A bloody light flashed. Yi Fan had already killed Fan Xian 4 times. The death substitution talismans left behind by the ancient deities were all cracked and couldn't be used again. Ah, you lowly ascetic cultivator, you actually killed me so many times. Fan Xian was indignant and cried out in alarm. Every time she recovered, she would have a brief moment of clarity. She was so angry that her delicate body was trembling. Afterwards, she would become even more confused every time because the holy medicine's light would flow back and reconstruct her body, completely merging into her blood. Her body was beautiful to the extreme. Every inch of it was white and full of luster. It was the work of the gods. It was a perfect masterpiece. She had a peerless face, a swan-like neck, a towering chest, a small waist, and a slender, white, and beautiful legs. When combined together, she was incomparably graceful and moving. Yi Fan killed Fan Xian 5 times in total. The 6th time didn't happen. After the two of them rushed together, a charming scene appeared. Their primal instincts won over their respective hatred and other factors. The holy medicine was completely activated. It couldn't be expelled or purified, affecting their bodies and minds. The two of them were entangled together. Lowly slave, I'm going to crush you under my feet forever. What most resplendent and beautiful pearl. I don't see you being any more noble than that. Specks of auspicious light flickered under the starry sky. The two bodies were entangled together. When their primal instincts flared up, in their final moments of clarity, the two of them slandered each other. One of them had a bronze body, sturdy and sturdy. The other was spotlessly white like ivory, slender and wonderful. They violently twisted about like two snakes coiling around each other. This was a type of primal desire. It was a scene that would make one's face blush and heart beat wildly. The medicine refined by the ancient sage finally displayed its effects. It was unstoppable. Clear and cold star splendor, the boundless cosmos. This vast and spacious void could contain everything. There was no sound, and it was so quiet that it made one feel lonely. Yi Fan and Fan Xian didn't know where they were. Their blood was boiling, and after being dominated by a primal instinct, they lost themselves. That last bit of clarity completely disappeared. 10,000 strands of star splendor, the eternal cosmos. In this boundless starry domain, an individual was as insignificant as a speck of dust, not worth much. The bronze power, the pure white sparkling beauty, the two slender bodies, and the fluctuations of divine sense, it was incomparably charming. The primal instinct, the sea of desire, the scene of blood vessels surging, all of this interweaved together to form a hazy scene of amorous feelings. Fan Yuntong and Qi Yaoguang fought, and they finally fought their way into outer space. Wherever they passed, meteors turned to ash, and beams of light shot out in 10,000 strands. Nothing could obstruct their footwork. Fan Xian had a high status in the heavens, and was nurtured as an inheritor. But now she had already died 5 times, and even the ancient deity's puppet death substitution talisman had been completely destroyed. Fan Yuntong had lost contact with her, and this made him very uneasy. He didn't know how she was right now. Old ghost, you robbed my race's mothership and refined the most powerful bloodline evolution liquid. I've long since wanted to settle accounts with you. Qi Yaoguang blocked his way, not giving him a chance to rescue her. The battle continued. After an unknown amount of time, Fan Yuntong didn't hold any hope. They had fought for more than 2 hours, and he believed that Fan Xian had already died several times during this long period of time. This brat really is vicious, even treating my Fan clan's immortal beads like plants, willing to take action. He's worse than a beast. He was furious. In the end, they finally fought their way into this star domain. Fan Yuntong was the first to notice that something was wrong. He laughed coldly and said, "Old ghost, your wishful thinking actually came true. You want to raise the next generation of golden bodies?" Fan Yuntong's expression was also strange. He didn't expect to run into this scene in outer space. His expression wasn't that good, but he finally understood what was going on. This was the effect of the divine medicine. Before this, his great-great-granddaughter had already been killed 5 times. This was truly abnormal. If the two of them were clear-headed, Fan Xian would definitely be dead. Starlight flowed like water. Yi Fan and Fan Xian revived. When they understood each other's state, they both stared blankly, and then began to struggle intensely. Fan Xian's divine sense fluctuations were sharp and ear-piercing. She was so angry that her teeth hurt, and her internal organs were burning. However, at this time, she didn't have a trace of strength left. She couldn't change anything at all. Her snow-white body was flushed red. She was so angry she wanted to scream out, but she was weak and powerless. Her face alternated between green and white. She used the last of her strength to push Yi Fan away. She pulled out a blue dress and wrapped it around her jade-like body. Then, she quickly moved several hundred zhang away. "Your Brahmin race is truly despicable," Yi Fan said. He put on a long robe and then took out an ancient mecha. He was ready for battle because he sensed that Fan Yuntong and Qi Yaoguang had arrived. Fan Xian almost fainted from anger after hearing these words. Several black lines were lightly throbbing on her sparkling white forehead. She pointed at Yi Fan but couldn't say anything. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and spat out a few words. "Surnamed Yi, bastard from outer space, I'm not done with you." The two saints arrived and took action to separate them, each protecting one of them. Fan Yuntong's face was gloomy. A large black hand reached out and slapped toward Yi Fan. Qi Yaoguang laughed loudly and met his palm. "Old ghost, you've suffered a double loss. It seems you didn't get anything. The golden body descendant plan has failed." Fan Yuntong became even more furious after hearing these words. He attacked crazily while Fan Xian, who was not far away, clenched her fists tightly. Her eyes were spitting fire as she wanted to smash that disrespectful old bastard to pieces. Of course, if glances could kill, Yi Fan would have been the first to bear the brunt of it. He would have died over 10,000 times already. Qi Yaoguang laughed and said, "Let's call it a day for today. We'll talk about it after you've calmed down. Do you want this little fellow cultivator to marry into your family and continue to complete the indestructible golden body plan, or do you want to kill him? You can decide after you've calmed down. I'll leave with him." With a flash of light, the two disappeared without a trace. In the sky, only the ashen-faced Fan Yuntong and the rosy Fan Xian were left. Chapter 1167. Under the dazzling starry sky, Fan Xian screamed, but there was nothing he could do. Fan Xian's face alternated between red and white, but he could not change anything. Fan Yuntong wanted to chase and kill, but he held back his anger. If he dared to do this to the Qi clan, Qi Yaoguang would definitely destroy the heavenly hall. Light showered down, and Yi Fan and Qi Yaoguang arrived at the Immortal Feather Planet. They were extremely fast, and along the way, the Qi clan's saints were all in a good mood. "Hey, kid, why aren't you saying anything? You took advantage of me, and now you're a saint?" The old man was not serious. "You're the saint," Yi Fan said. Thinking about what had just happened, he felt a headache coming on. "Young people are so lucky. You're so much better than I was back in the day. You're so decisive." Qi Yaoguang laughed. "You old man, you're so disrespectful." Yi Fan rubbed his temples. He had cultivated many meridians, and his Xian Kung Fu was connected to the gods. Now that he had completed the 9 transformations, all the side effects were gone. "Hey, little friend, don't say that. That was a celestial flower from the star field, and it was stuck in a pile of cow dung like you." "Tiskesi, really?" The old man's words were not kind. Yi Fan really wanted to step on him. He gave him the back of his head and began to think about what to do next. Qi Yaoguang obviously felt that it was easy to talk. He said, "Hey, young man, don't act like you have a deep grudge. It's not like we're taking advantage of each other. After all, you have an indestructible golden body, and you're worth paying for." Black lines appeared on Yi Fan's forehead. He glanced sideways at him and said, "Since you say so, I think Miss Qi Meng is not bad." Qi Yaoguang immediately stopped and warned him not to have any bad ideas. Otherwise, the whole world would hunt him down. At the same time, he did not dare to continue teasing him. "Senior, I'm serious." It was Yi Fan's turn to tease him. "Go away," Qi Yaoguang said. "If you piss me off, I'll destroy your corpse and get rid of you. I don't care if you have a golden body or a holy body." The Qi clan was located in a primitive mountain range. Below it was a city, and above it was a divine island that floated in the sky. It was densely dotted with stars, and it looked very spectacular. This was the first time that Yi Fan had entered as a guest. This time, he received a grand reception. With their ancestral sage accompanying him, naturally, no one dared to find fault with him. Yi Fan felt a sense of vicissitudes and grandeur as he ascended a floating ancient city. This was the place where the supreme immortal physique had secluded himself in the past. Now, it had become a sacred ancient land that even saints had to revere. The bluestone slabs on the street were filled with potholes from the passage of time. As he walked on them, the sound of footsteps echoed throughout the ages. Yi Fan's heart was clear, and he found a rare moment of peace in this place. Qi Yaoguang was very cunning and naturally wanted to obtain the indestructible golden blood, but he did not force it. Instead, he took great care of Yi Fan and did not force him. "Old ancestor, he killed Qi Yun. Are we really going to let this matter rest?" Someone asked unwillingly. Qi Yaoguang sternly warned his descendants to improve their relationship with Yi Fan and not to become enemies. This was because he had already seen through Yi Fan's potential. If he grew up, he might become unrivaled in the world. Having a friend like this was far better than having a shameful plan. Of course, the premise was that Yi Fan could survive and grow to that realm. There was one thing that Qi Yaoguang had not considered. One of his descendants was born with a big mouth. Not even an hour after they returned to the Qi clan's immortal city, This person had already exaggerated the story of the Brahma clan's defeat. What? You're saying that Fan Xian and that ascetic cultivator are under the starry sky? No way, one of our eternal star field's divine flowers was taken by someone just like that? That damned ascetic cultivator, I'm going to kill him. The outside world was in an uproar. People from all walks of life were moving to verify this news. The Starry Sky Network was even more chaotic. Many people were rioting, unable to accept this. When Qi Yaoguang found out, he was so angry that he wanted to slap this blabbermouthed great-grandson to death. His face was covered in black divine patterns. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? I don't believe it. Just an ascetic cultivator from the outer realms. How could he be worthy of our star field's immortal beads? It's definitely a rumor. If it's true, I'll definitely go and kill that imperishable golden body. Fan Xian was extremely popular in this star field. With such a major event happening, the younger generation could no longer remain calm. There was a huge uproar, and many people were rubbing their fists in anticipation. As for the heavens, many people were bursting with anger. This time, they had really suffered a double loss and obtained nothing. Yi Fan lingered in the Qi clan for several days. He wouldn't give a single drop of golden blood even if he was beaten to death. He was even afraid of losing a single strand of his hair. He treated Qi Yaoguang as if he were a thief. It's not that I'm stingy, but if you guys use my genes to create another golden body that is exactly the same as me, how can I endure that? Qi Yaoguang patted his chest and guaranteed, "Don't worry, I just want to obtain a little bit of the imperishable golden blood to cultivate. I definitely don't have that kind of intention. Moreover, that kind of clone isn't very valuable. It won't have your original divinity." Yi Fan looked at him. He wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. He was determined not to give it to him. During these days, his entire body was clean and without a single strand of dirt. He was afraid that Qi Yaoguang would take advantage of this loophole. In the end, he gave this old saint some divine liquid from the Immortal Ascension Pond as thanks, but he didn't expect that it would cause the other party to be shocked. This liquid actually contained a type of divine mineral. "Brat, do you really not believe that my Qi clan can refine the fourth stage of the evolution fluid?" Yi Fan insisted on leaving, and Qi Yaoguang couldn't stop him. Although he knew that this imperishable golden body was extremely valuable, he felt that it was more appropriate to be on good terms with it. Yi Fan needed the fourth stage of the evolution fluid, but after understanding it in detail, he could only sigh. This kind of thing was too heaven-defying. It was no problem for the Qi clan to refine the third stage, but it was almost impossible to advance further. This was because it was impossible to find the missing main material of divinity. It was rumored that there was still a remnant of that material from 4,000 years ago. It was taken out to be auctioned, but unfortunately, it had already been exhausted. In the boundless universe, if one wanted to search for it by oneself, one could only come across it by chance. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Nowadays, regardless of whether it was the Heaven or the Qi clan, most of the divinity minerals were accumulated over many years or exchanged with others at a high price. It was too difficult to search for it at the last moment. These days, Qi Yaoguang acted as if he was guarding against a wolf. He didn't let Yi Fan get close to Qi Meng, which made him roll his eyes. Before leaving, Yi Fan wanted to see the Supremacy Immortal Mirror. This sect's secret treasure was too mystical. It was actually able to find him in the boundless sea of people. It was really worth being vigilant about. Qi Yaoguang took out the secret treasure. It was an ancient mirror that had been around for tens of thousands of years. It was simple and unadorned, and it overflowed with a divine aura. It was very mysterious. You can rest assured that there is only one treasure mirror on the Eternal Lord Star. Other than this, no one can see through your fake body, Qi Yaoguang said with a smile. This mirror was very mystical. As long as the light shone down and shrouded the body, no matter how one tried to hide, there was no place to hide. The immortal feather star was very small. Hence, the mirror's light could shine down and illuminate everywhere. If it was on the Eternal Lord Star, it would not be so effective. The Qi clan was half the owner of the immortal feather star. They could act without any scruples. It was not a problem for them to illuminate all the cities, but it would not be so easy to leave this place. Yi Fan touched his chin and felt relieved. This mirror could not deduce the secrets of heaven. It was just that the mirror's light was mysterious. It only appeared when he was swept by the light beam last time. If the area was vast enough, or if he avoided it in advance, this mirror would not have any effect. On this day, Yi Fan left. The Qi clan helped him build a starry door in the extraterrestrial region, which led directly to the Eternal Kingdom. This saved him the trouble of finding his own way and crossing over. You have to be careful. The Chao clan has sworn to take your divine blood and destroy your life spirit. These days, the Qi clan has withstood a lot of pressure, Qi Yaoguang said. Without batting an eyelid, he sent Yi Fan on his way. Silently, he picked up a strand of Yi Fan's hair. Yi Fan immediately sensed it. At close range, he was definitely not weaker than a saint. He purposely teased the old man and said, "Senior, when are you going to marry me and Sister Qi Meng?" Get lost. Qi Yaoguang's face twitched, and he wanted to hit someone. Yi Fan flicked his fingers, and the strand of hair turned to ash. He then rushed into the starry door without looking back and disappeared. It was dark inside the void tunnel. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Fan rushed out. There was a huge star in front of him, and a godly aura that made people feel awe-inspiring covered the sky and covered the earth. It was incomparably vast, and it was unknown how many times larger than the immortal feather star. It was as if there was a real living god lying dormant on this ancient star, and it made people tremble when they saw it. This was the Eternal Lord's star. In terms of grandeur, it was definitely comparable to the ancient stars with life in the Big Dipper. No one knew how long it had existed, and it was as if, as the legend said, it had once given birth to a god. Yi Fan was very cautious and used the deceiving stratagem to cover his body. He used the secret technique of the celestial court to blend into the void, and then flew towards the huge star. He did not want to be discovered the moment he approached. In the end, he successfully descended and stood on this large planet. Immediately, he felt a desolate and vast aura rushing toward him. The mountains shook and the earth shook. A group of ancient beasts, each as big as a small mountain, rushed through the forest in front of him, crushing many giant trees. This was a world that had once given birth to a god. It was boundless, with towering mountains and flowing rivers. The mountains and rivers were majestic and boundless, and there were many species that had never been seen or heard of. Yi Fan traversed who knew how many millions of miles and finally made it out of the Great Desolate. He asked cautiously and slowly came to understand the situation. He truly understood how powerful some of the major powers were. Yuan City was a huge city with a long history that had existed since ancient times. There were ancient buildings and there were even modern ones. It was very complicated and strange. There were no overly tall buildings here, or else all the ancient palaces and so on would have been submerged by modern buildings, and now they looked even more classical. The combination of ancient castles, crystal cities, gardens, and modern villas was very pleasing to the eye. This was one of the 10 famous cities of the Eternal Lord Star, and all the big powers had settled here. It was an ancient sacred city where crooks mixed with honest folk. Yi Fan was speechless. He saw a huge advertisement board, and on it was actually Fan Xian. The movie she starred in was about to be released, and Yi Fan was dumbfounded. Is it similar to the movies on Earth? He was really speechless. No wonder Chao Qing would chase after her from the Eternal Lord's Star to the heavens. It seemed that the effect of celebrities and beauties was not limited to the other side of the starry sky, and it was the same everywhere. Yi Fan walked on the main street that still had an ancient aura. He was struck by the alternating modern and classical scenes as he walked forward aimlessly. Along the way, he saw the footprints left by the ancient great sage on a blue stone, and he also saw the ruins of the ancient castles where the descendants of the gods resided, as well as a modern theater. Suddenly, a bitter aura rushed over. It was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses galloping in front of him. The murderous aura made even him apprehensive. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. It was a colosseum that occupied a large area, and every giant stone was engraved with great Tao runes that flowed with the traces of time. Many people stopped in their tracks because a large advertisement had just been posted. In 3 days, there would be a stunning battle here, and it would be a great collision between super powerful divine bodies. Yi Fan was petrified on the spot because he saw the person participating in the battle on the advertisement. Even though it was only a side view, he could almost confirm that it was an old friend. Chapter 1168. The man on the poster had jet black hair that was as thick as a waterfall, draping over his chest and back. His eyes were filled with endless stars, deep and terrifying, like a demonic god. Even though it was only the side of his face, people could feel his sharpness. His face was as sharp as a knife, like the reincarnation of an ancient god. Behind him, a vast and intimidating purple aura surged. Southern monster Qi Lin. Yi Fan was quite surprised. He didn't think that one of the gladiators would be him. This was too unexpected. This was an old friend of the Big Dipper. Central Emperor, Southern Monster, Bodhisattva of the West. Back then, he was the most outstanding person of the younger generation. After so many years, he finally heard news of the Southern Monster. This person is very powerful. He's undefeated 99 times in a row. He's called the demonic god, a legend. In front of the huge stone gate in front of the arena, many people were looking at the poster. They discussed in whispers, talking about some of the Southern Monster's situation. He's about to face the most crucial battle. If he can win 100 battles without being defeated, he'll have the qualifications to fight for the title of the strongest and become a member of that sequence. We must come to watch the battle in 3 days. We can't miss it. It will definitely be a battle between dragons and tigers. There will definitely be a world-shaking battle. There will most likely be peerless experts stopping him. The Southern Monster definitely had a heavenly talent when he was in the Big Dipper star region. When he cut down the Tao, he produced a phenomenon comparable to the ancient demonic emperor, making all monsters worship him. And now, he was still stirring up a storm on the Eternal Lord Star. Clearly, he was a super powerful character that everyone was paying attention to. I don't know if he's loyal to a family or fighting for himself. His background has always been mysterious, and there's no way to find out more about him. It seems that he's the strongest warrior raised by a big family. Someone is hiding everything about him in the dark. Maybe he's a slave captured from the outer realm. Otherwise, who would fight like this? The 100th battle is about to begin. 100 battles of life and death was an impressive achievement. Up to this point, it was truly a sensational battle. Unfortunately, no one had been able to uncover the secrets of the demonic god. Yi Fan learned a lot in front of the arena. This was the pastime of rulers and the favorite of the nobles. They would often send out their battle pets to compete. Every time, a large number of people would be involved, because there would be all kinds of bets on who would win and who would lose, and every time, the wager would be astronomical. This was a competition of death. Entering the arena was a battle of life and death. The slightest bit of carelessness would result in the death of one's body and soul. No one was willing to enter. Normal people wouldn't participate, because this was too cruel. This was an arena where great powers fought, using their powerful servants to fight. Many disputes were resolved through this. Of course, there were also special circumstances. Some people wanted to hone themselves or participate in the duel for the sake of the high duel fees. High risk naturally had high returns. The underground black merchant hoped that cultivators of a certain standard would enter the arena, and they were even more looking forward to the showdown between famous people. Thus, they didn't hesitate to offer a sky-high price. In the past, the things that could attract experts were nothing more than peerless beauties, sacred artifacts, and so on. Later on, even the most powerful evolutionary fluid became a reward, attracting even more experts' hearts. Because of this, the Colosseum became more and more popular. Every time there was a battle of importance, it would cause a commotion in all directions. Many nobles would personally come to watch. This time, the winner of the duel would obtain the 3rd stage of the evolutionary fluid. The demonic god would break through the legend of being undefeated in over 100 battles, attracting the attention of the world. Naturally, the reward would be very generous, attracting many ancient clans to participate. Many people would definitely place bets. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Many cultivators wanted to watch the battle, but it was difficult to obtain a ticket. Even if they spent a lot of money, they still wouldn't be able to obtain one. The seats in the Colosseum had long been filled, and they had been divided up by various nobles. Yi Fan could only watch helplessly. Even if he had all kinds of treasures, it was useless. It was difficult to obtain a ticket, and he had no way of entering. A large group of people had gathered at the entrance of the Colosseum. They were all people who wished to obtain a ticket but couldn't enter. Suddenly, Yi Fan's eyes lit up when he saw Qi Meng. She actually came to watch the battle, and one could imagine the influence of today's battle. He immediately moved forward and secretly transmitted his voice, causing Qi Meng to be astonished. Qi Yaoguang appeared from the side, blocking him as if he was guarding against a wolf. "Brat, I'm warning you, don't have any ideas about my descendant. Senior, I didn't think we would meet again so soon. Please help me get a ticket." Yi Fan laughed. 6 or 7 people from the Qi clan came. In the end, an unlucky fellow with a darkened face unwillingly handed over his ticket to Yi Fan. He had a stomach full of resentment, but because of the old ancestor's face, he didn't dare to act out. He gloomily walked towards the main street. "In this place, you absolutely must be a bit more obedient. Don't cause trouble," Qi Yaoguang warned. The Colosseum was vast and enormous. At the center was a stone platform that resembled half a mountain. The cut surface was as smooth as a mirror. It was rumored that this was cut out by an ancient great sage. It was sturdy enough, and there were immortal divine patterns engraved on it. As for the spectators, they all sat around the stone platform. There was a great protective formation in front of them, so they didn't have to worry about all kinds of offensive techniques rushing out. They could peacefully watch the battle. This place was mainly made of stone. All kinds of seats, railings, and platforms were made of stone. It retained a primitive aura and emitted a type of pressure. During the ancient years, saints often fought here. The ground here has been dyed with saint blood, and it is definitely a holy land. Someone discussed in a low voice. The great battle hadn't started yet, but the various kings had already sat down. The enormous Colosseum was completely filled with people. Every single one of them was someone with status and background. Yi Fan entered separately from the Qi clan, and his seat just happened to be right behind them. Even though they were adjacent, no one felt that there was any connection between them. "Brother, can you change seats? My clan's master has some matters to discuss with young Miss Qi Meng." A young man spoke, using his eyes to indicate for him to stand up. Unfortunately, Yi Fan just happened to be sitting behind Qi Meng. He did his best to avoid the two of them getting to know each other, but someone still came looking for him. He glanced at this person. Even though this person was a servant, he had already reached the Dao-severing realm. He looked in the direction where this person came from, and on another row of seats not too far away, there was a cultured and refined young man who was currently nodding towards him and Qi Meng. "I'm sorry, I don't want to change seats." This young man's eyes shot out a beam of light. It was extremely shocking. This was a supreme expert, and he didn't think that Yi Fan would refuse without even thinking about it. "Don't worry, Zhaoan is back." "Not too far away," the cultured man in white said, as if he didn't want to cause trouble. His eyes were very bright, and his cultivation was extraordinary. "This is Zhao Qingchuan, a famous expert who is extremely famous among the younger generation. And the Zhao clan is similar to the Chao clan. They are both nobles of a region on the Eternal Overlord planet, and they are the most powerful forces." Qi Meng frowned. She had never interacted with Zhao Qingchuan before, so she didn't know why he was acting like this today. Based on his status, there are definitely very few people who would dare to go against him. As one of the most outstanding talents of the younger generation, today he is acting like this. He is testing my identity. Yi Fan's heart stirred. "That's right." Qi Meng nodded. Yi Fan was a new face, and to those who frequented the arena, he was too unfamiliar. Now that he dared to refuse Zhao Qingchuan, it revealed a lot of information. The battle has begun. On the high platform, a screen of light rose up and enveloped the huge stone platform, preventing the battle from affecting the spectators. The screen of light was crystal clear, and it was carved by the ancient great sage, so it was absolutely safe. On the vast stone platform that was like half a broken mountain, a young man appeared. His black hair fell over his shoulders, and his body was bronze in color. He was very strong, and his eyes were sharp. He was like a demon god, and he had a special temperament. This body was no different from the southern demon, but it was a pity that Yi Fan couldn't use his divine sense to penetrate the great sage's screen of light, so he couldn't sense his aura and make a final judgment. The battle has begun. There was a commotion in the arena, and another gladiator appeared. His body was covered in demonic patterns, and his silver hair fell over his shoulders. Even his eyes were silver, and he was very powerful. As soon as he appeared, he left behind a few afterimages as he pounced towards the demon god. Silver eyes, it's actually silver eyes. No wonder. I knew that the demon god's 100th battle would be obstructed. It turned out that this person has come out. How much did they have to pay to invite him? This was a king tier who had only been defeated once in his life. He had dominated the eastern region for more than 100 years, and only gave way to saints. He didn't fear any Dao-severing experts, and he had killed several half-saints. It was said that 100 years ago, during the selection for the strongest constitution, he had lost to his opponent due to an accident. It was very regrettable. Everyone, you can place your bets now. The bets on the ground reminded everyone. Silver Eyes quickly retreated after the attack and confronted the demon god, no longer attacking. Clearly, the two of them were familiar with the rules of the arena, and they wanted to give the noble guests time to place their bets. After the commotion, the arena regained its calm. Many people had placed their bets, and the battle was about to begin. This was a primitive battle without the help of mecha or war tools. It was a battle fought with the methods of the ascetic cultivators. For the people of the Eternal Lord Star, this was especially hot-blooded. Since ancient times, they had always relied on external tools, and there were almost no ascetic cultivators left. This profession was almost extinct. They had heard that in the era of their ancestors, the ascetic cultivators tore apart mecha with their bodies and fought against the world. Unfortunately, that era had passed, and all kinds of powerful war tools had become their choice. Within the arena, all kinds of light beams danced, and a fierce battle broke out. The demon god was like its name, like the reincarnation of an ancient demon lord. Its divine bravery was unstoppable. Yi Fan secretly guessed that the southern monster must have taken the evolution fluid, and not just once. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be so tyrannical. Silver Eyes was also divine. After all, he was a peak Dao-severing expert, and he had an absolute advantage in terms of cultivation level. He was stronger than the southern monster. The two of them fought, and all kinds of secret techniques were used. They were all ascetic cultivators' methods. This was a battle for the treasures of the flesh, and the spectators were dazzled. So powerful! If they continue to develop like this, they will one day be able to tear apart ancient mecha with their bare hands. The southern monster is too powerful. His cultivation level is not as high as Silver Eyes, but he can fight on equal footing. This is really inconceivable. You should know that Silver Eyes can be said to be an invincible existence among Dao-severing experts. People discussed in low voices and watched nervously. No one would have thought that after a mere 200 rounds, the demon god would strike out with a peerless attack and almost cleave Silver Eyes in half. Silver blood splattered, and this opponent was sent flying, no longer able to fight. He won. So fast, 100 consecutive victories. Oh my God, that piece of divinity or of mine pressed down on Silver Eyes. At this moment, another young man appeared in the arena. With a smile on his face, he waved at the crowd and said, "Everyone, please calm down. Do you want to know the origins of the demon god? Until today, when he won 100 consecutive victories, I feel that I am qualified to say it. It comes from a mysterious ancient planet. I have been looking forward to this day for a long time, waiting for him to create glory. To tell you the truth, he is only one of the powerful bloodlines of that ancient planet, and there are many more there. I think you all know what I am talking about and understand what I mean. I have shown everyone the terrifying value of that mysterious ancient planet through him. I think our compatriots here can't hold back anymore. Does anyone want to go on an expedition? Chapter 1169. What? A mysterious ancient planet with many powerful bloodlines? Doesn't that mean this source of life is very terrifying? The arena was filled with all kinds of voices. Many people were cursing. They had bet on Silver Eye, but in the end, they lost everything and lost everything. What a joke! If there was such a precious planet, you guys would have already left. Why would you say it out loud and invite us on our way? The heirs of the great nobles naturally bet on rare ores. Many people lost big and were in a bad mood. They didn't believe his words. Let him speak in detail. I want to listen carefully. Naturally, there were also true nobles in the arena. Their expressions were serious and they were very interested in this. The man on the stone platform was very young with a slender figure and a fair complexion. He had a head of long blue hair and an imposing appearance. With a calm and confident expression, he quietly watched people's reactions. This seems to be someone from the Lan Tua clan. It's the saint's grandson, Lan Tu. He's very fond of him. Someone was astonished. The Lan Tua clan was very famous on the Eternal Lord Star. They focused on the exploration of the star domain. They started off as marauders and slowly grew into a giant. They once discovered an ancient land of life and sold the experts there, accumulating a batch of initial capital. Yi Fan clenched his fists. He learned about the clan's past from people's discussions. Simply put, they were a group of human traffickers. Now, they had their eyes on the Big Dipper star domain and started with his old friends. Everyone, you don't understand. You still don't understand the value of that ancient planet. Although my Lan Tua clan wants to advance, we don't have the strength to do so. If we go there alone, we probably won't be able to make a splash. I can tell everyone with certainty that it's a divine land with traces of ancient deities' activities. There are all kinds of powerful bloodlines and ancient mines formed from the origin life stone. There are many natives and naturally, there are also some experts. Lan Tua Tu explained some of the Big Dipper star situation. It immediately caused a sensation. At this moment, people couldn't sit still and were all attracted. There are immortal tiers green gold, black dragon pattern gold. They can be refined into divine mechas. In addition, there are supreme immortal medicines used by ancient deities to refine immortal pills. You all know what this means. It's incomparably dreamy. All of these are extremely precious and their value can't be estimated. They will only be wasted in the hands of those natives. We need to excavate them and display their true value. Lan Tu was impassioned as he mobilized all the major clans, asking who wanted to join them and head to the Big Dipper star region together. This was a huge uproar. The outcome of the battle in the arena was no longer important. Everyone was attracted by this mysterious ancient planet. Traces of the ancient gods, countless precious resources, this is what we lack. Those natives don't understand the value of these things, we can't let them shine. The Lan Tua clan was about to carry out a great robbery. They deeply felt that their own strength was not enough, and they needed some powerful allies. Otherwise, they were afraid that they would fall in the Big Dipper star region. With such a beautiful prospect and so many divinity ores, it was worth it for every major force to make a move. No one could remain calm. The Lanto clan started off by plundering and grew into a giant. Their hearts wouldn't be so kind. If the road ahead was filled with immortal medicines, would they still call on us? Needless to say, it's full of danger. Naturally, there were people who didn't buy it, especially the hostile forces of the Lanto clan. They spoke up one after another and questioned loudly. High risk comes with high reward. The natives of that place are indeed not weak. Otherwise, why would we need allies? However, no matter what, they can't contend against our eternal kingdom, said Lan Tua Tu. In the end, he threw out a heavy bomb. It shocked many nobles, and even some saints who had secretly arrived stood up and looked at him in disbelief. Everyone, do you still remember Wan Qing? He proved his Tao with a primal chaos green lotus and came from that ancient planet. What? Is what you said true? Everyone was in an uproar. I can tell everyone that Wan Qing finally returned to that ancient planet and passed away 10,000 years ago. He left behind his orthodoxy and immortal treasures. This information was fatal. Everyone was tempted. Wan Qing swept through this place back then and left behind an indelible myth and legend. If what you said is true, we can consider cooperating. A battle across galaxies is the most interesting. Some nobles responded positively. In the arena, only Yi Fan's eyes were cold. Some nobles were very conceited and treated the cultivators of the Northern Dipper domain as lowly natives. The Lanto clan in particular deserved to be killed. However, he couldn't change anything. The news had leaked out, and a collision between galaxies was inevitable. Yi Fan was not anxious. He was calm and even somewhat expectant. He firmly believed in the terror of the saints of the Northern Dipper domain. If these people went on an expedition, it would be interesting to see who would suffer a great loss. Everyone, we need to make a long-term plan. If there are nobles who are interested and want to go on an expedition, they can come here and discuss with our saint, said Lan Tuatu. The arena became a meeting place. Many major forces were discussing, and many people were red in the face. Faced with absolute benefits, no one was willing to relax. Lan Tuatu said, everyone knows that an expedition will cost a lot and require a great price. My clan is willing to go there with the 10 races. We can discuss in detail who is willing to form an alliance. Many people cursed. This was a naked asking price. The Lanto clan wanted to find a partner and clearly stated the number of allies. They didn't want to accept everyone. People understood that they wanted to make a killing. They would choose whoever had the highest value and who was willing to give up various resources. The nobles were naturally unwilling, and the scene was chaotic. Not far away, Zhao Qingchuan walked over and chatted with Qi Meng. They actually talked about the indestructible golden body. He was cultured and elegant, asking if this ascetic was from the Northern Dipper domain. Qi Meng naturally wouldn't say anything. The Qi clan had already made their stance clear. They wouldn't be hostile to Yi Fan. It was better to be friends with such a person than to be enemies. At this time, even someone of Qi Yaoguang's status had already climbed onto the stone platform in front of the arena. He was there to understand the situation of the Northern Dipper domain in detail. The arena was in an uproar. There were a few people walking over with Zhao Qingchuan. One of them cast a sidelong glance at Yi Fan and sneered, "Who are you, brat? Brother Zhao wants to exchange seats with you, yet you dare to go against him. You must have just come out of your sect. How insensible! Cooperate with you?" Yi Fan glanced at him. "I'll give you 2 choices. One is to scram immediately, and the other is to wait for death." This young man was insufferably arrogant. He directly approached Yi Fan. Qi Meng secretly transmitted her voice. "This is a rogue cultivator named Su Hai. He's quite famous in Origin City. He has already cut his Dao for many years and is very close to some of the nobles. He's a sharp blade." "Is Zhao Qingchuan really that sharp? This is the first time we've met and he's already like this. Could it be that he's discovered my identity and wants to use Su Hai to test me?" Yi Fan's heart stirred. "Su Hai, what are you doing? Hurry up and come back." Zhao Qingchuan said. "Brother Su, come back. Those who don't know would think that Brother Zhao is bullying us." A few nobles also tried to persuade him. "I just can't stand his calmness. I want to see what kind of divine being he is." Su Hai was very insolent. He came up and pulled on Yi Fan's arm. Scram. Yi Fan didn't budge. The swastika heavenly art was mixed with his voice, forming a beam that rushed into Su Hai's immortal platform. Blood flowed out of Su Hai's 7 apertures. His forehead cracked and he was sent flying, landing right on his seat. His entire body convulsed and trembled uncontrollably. The expressions of the people around them changed, but no one said anything. It was obvious that this kind of thing happened frequently. Some nobles' heirs were passionate fans of the arena. Their battle pets and slaves would often come here to participate in the battles, and there would be conflicts from time to time. Zhao Qingchuan looked deeply at Yi Fan and left with a few people. However, when he turned around, he said to Qi Meng, "The Chao clan is angry. If the Qi clan wants to go to the Big Dipper Star region, you must be careful." The arena was in chaos. The people were very dissatisfied. Only the 10 clans could form an alliance with the Lantua clan. This was too little. Many nobles wanted a piece of the pie. An elder from the Lantua clan appeared and comforted them. He promised that this was only the first batch of advance troops. Their main task was to scout ahead. After the results were confirmed, the main army would set off. Everyone, perhaps you don't know, but there's an important piece of news that I haven't said yet. The value of that ancient planet is much greater than we imagined. Do you still remember the person named Wuxia who almost destroyed our Eternal Lord Star over 100,000 years ago? In his later years, he also descended on that ancient planet and passed away there. What? The people in the arena were completely shocked. This matter was too distant, but the nobles would never forget it. That year, that battle was simply a nightmare. There were peerless experts wearing the battle armor left behind by the ancient gods, but they suffered a crushing defeat. Moreover, there was a divine battle armor that was permanently shattered. It was destroyed in that battle. Wuxia swept through the Eternal Star region, leaving behind a terrifying legend. Yi Fan's mouth opened and closed again. Emperor Wuxia had also appeared here. Such power made people revere him. He had once heard the Black Emperor say that Wuxia didn't set off from the extraordinary scholar residence in a step-by-step manner. Instead, he had set off many years after becoming a saint and had gone to many places. I wonder if the saintess who wanted to follow in Emperor Wuxia's footsteps and look up to him for the rest of her life came from here. Unfortunately, after searching for a lifetime, she died in the starry sky in the end. The resplendent Big Dipper. The arena meeting ended, and the various races dispersed one after another. However, the storm spread like a hurricane, and the entire Eternal Lord Star was in an uproar. The era of great wastelands had arrived. Many major powers were eager to go all out and enter the Big Dipper to transport away those rare resources. In the following days, the giants discussed in secret and began the interstellar expedition. Everything was carried out in full swing. Many loose cultivators became active because the various great clans were recruiting. Since they were about to embark on a long expedition, it was only natural that they would need experts. Some of the great clans even hired mercenaries. In many people's eyes, this was a great era. There would be endless wealth waiting for them. That was a mysterious ancient planet filled with dreams and divine treasures. As for what Yi Fan was doing? Of course, he was being recruited. He wanted to use this opportunity to go back and take a look. There was a faint anticipation in his heart. The battle between the mothership and the saints was about to be revealed. After so many years, Wuxia's tomb is still here. It's called Purple Mountain. Those natives are really pitiful. Since they can't bear to do it, let's go and cut it open. When they heard that Wuxia's tomb was still there, the major races that had suffered in the past were immediately excited. They firmly believed that the supreme human must have left behind countless divine treasures. I'm looking forward to you opening it. Yi Fan only let out a cold laugh after hearing this. Chapter 1170. Eternal Lord Star was in an uproar. Undercurrents were surging in the dark today, all sides unable to remain calm. The great era of development had arrived, an unprecedented opportunity placed before them. All great clans were recruiting soldiers. As long as one had enough strength, they would definitely be recruited. They all wanted to seize the initiative in the future battles for territories. Origin Ancient Mine, it truly is something to look forward to. There is actually a place like this. I believe that a certain amount of Origin Lifestone can be excavated. Since there is this type of divine material, then perhaps the others can be found as well. It truly makes one excited. 5th or even 6th level Immortal Evolution liquid might even be refined. The beautiful prospects and grand blueprints made many great clans excited. For them, that place might become a divine land of revival, recreating the glory of eternal kingdom. Only Yi Fan frowned. These people wanted to excavate Origin Ancient Mine. Were they tired of living? Could it be that this ancient star had a few quasi-emperors who were going to head over with mechas left behind by ancient deities? This will trigger a great revolution. Back then, we found a similar resource star, allowing our civilization progress to be advanced by 50,000 years. This time, it might be 100,000 years, or even longer. Just wait and see. Yi Fan was rushing about, entering and exiting various great recruitment points. He was choosing a great power, wishing to find a king clan with enough strength to join one of the 10 clans. In reality, all of the clans were recruiting, but there were only 11 clans including the Vanguard and Lantua clan. The others had to wait until they were clear before setting off. Yi Fan wasn't willing to wait too long. The entire star system was recruiting, the supply of mercenaries becoming unprecedentedly high. After being recruited by the great clans, it was as if all of humanity was going to carry out a great migration. The starry sky web was boiling, people discussing and arguing every day, always revolving around this topic. There were naturally people who criticized this, saying that this was invasion, protesting that this was bullying the weak natives. However, no great power cared about these things. In their eyes, there were only benefits, not letting go of any resources. Yi Fan was choosing between mercenaries and great powers, moving back and forth. With his strength, he would definitely be welcomed no matter where he went. However, his ambitions weren't limited to this. He wanted to rise up, and when the time came, he would be able to plunder a mothership. When the various great clans took action, only the Underworld King clan remained calm. They didn't make any preparations, coldly watching from the sidelines. They only gave a few great clans they were on good terms with a word of warning, saying that that place would most likely be difficult to find. Back then, their ancestors came from that place. Now, very few people knew that even their ancestors couldn't find the way back. They felt that the Lantua clan might not necessarily succeed. When the Lantua clan learned of this, the person in charge shook his head and laughed, saying that the demonic god was not ordinary and had grasped the demonic race's ancient method to record the starry sky coordinates, paying great attention to measurement along the way. The Lanto clan, on the other hand, could deduce and calculate step by step based on these coordinates that were so primitive that they were almost ancient. They could go back in time and find that mysterious universe. When the Netherworld King tribe heard about it, they also started to make preparations. However, their true intentions were not to participate in it. This was because they vaguely remembered the teachings of their ancestors. There was a path of immortalhood in the Big Dipper star domain. Even the ancient emperors had found their way to that place. It was definitely not simple. However, they buried all of this at the bottom of their hearts and didn't say it out loud. They were prepared on the surface, but they were watching silently in secret. Other than the Netherworld King tribe, the deity Featherchi clan also had other plans. This was because the old saint, Qi Yaoguang, had personally consulted Yi Fan and said that he would listen to his advice. Don't go. Looting there won't end well. Yi Fan only said this and didn't mention the situation in the Big Dipper star. The Qi clan immediately quieted down and became very cautious. They didn't want to get involved in this mess. From Yi Fan's calm words, they could feel a murderous intent. You have no choice but to prepare. Someone is watching you. They all know that you have helped me before, and some big clans have already guessed that I came from the Big Dipper star domain. For example, that Zhao Qingchuan is very meticulous. He must be observing your movements. Brat, you are really dishonest. Aren't you tricking us? Qi Yaoguang said. Yi Fan's expression was solemn as he said, they are going to invade the Big Dipper star domain. There will be an interstellar war, and it's hard to say who will die. I just don't want you to act alone and attract the attention of others. This was a long and drawn-out preparation because an expedition was not a child's play. There was always the possibility of failure in the outer realms. The people of the Eternal Lord Star weren't blindly arrogant. They had learned enough information from the demon god. Recruiting experts, building warships, and repairing motherships were all being carried out in full swing. All kinds of expedition plans were also being discussed. During this time, other than thinking about which major force to join, Yi Fan was also actively preparing. He was doing his homework, analyzing and studying all kinds of minerals. He learned about the various divine main materials needed to refine the strongest evolution fluid. They were truly rare and could only be found by chance. However, he might be able to find some in the Big Dipper star. Today, he urgently wanted to increase his realm. The ancient mirror left behind by Ji Haoyue recorded the dangers ahead. The 9 pieces of information made him restless. If he wanted to advance, he must become a saint. Otherwise, there would be many dangers ahead. If he chased like this, he would most likely die. This divine mineral that only appears once in eternity is the eye of creation? Yi Fan was shocked. No wonder the evolution fluid was so priceless. None of the required materials were ordinary and all of them were peerless treasures. Especially the 9 main materials, each more precious than the last. The Destiny Rock, the Eye of Fortune, the Immortal Vine, the Primordial Life Stone, the Heart of the Dead World. Which one of them wasn't heaven-defying? In a sense, as long as there was a main mineral with divinity, he could refine the first stage of the evolutionary fluid. He could find substitutes for the other main materials, and then add dozens of auxiliary rare minerals, and he would more or less succeed. In fact, the number of main divinity materials would determine the stage of the evolutionary fluid that could be refined. For example, in the Pure Land of Heaven last time, they didn't have the Immortal Vine and used the meteorite withered vine heart as a substitute. They only had the Destiny Rock, the Primordial Life Stone, and a small piece of the Heart of the Dead World to successfully refine the third stage of the fluid. Of course, they were well prepared. They had gathered all kinds of auxiliary rare minerals, and they were all of high quality. The missing main materials were all good substitutes. Yi Fan pondered for a while after understanding the details. It was simply impossible to refine the 9th stage of the immortal level fluid. Not to mention the 9th stage, even the 8th and 7th stages were difficult to refine. The most sensational event in the past 50,000 years on the Lord Eternal Star was when someone barely managed to refine the 6th stage of the fluid. After robbing the purple-eyed woman at the Undying Mountain, the Destiny Rock had only just begun to melt and had just extracted the first stage of the fluid. I left it in the Heavenly Village, so it should be of great use. In addition, I can ask the Sacred Prince to invite the victorious Fighting Buddha. Maybe he can get a piece of the Primordial Life Stone from the Origin Ancient Mine. As for the Heart of the Dead World, I seem to have it with me. When he stepped on the Starry Sky Ancient Path, he once stayed on a planet full of withered bones for a period of time. He once saw the battle between the saint-level skeletal creatures and the Golden Holy Ship. In the end, he went deep into the Earth's core and took away a mineral filled with death energy. Now, he finally learned that it was actually the Heart of the Dead World. This kind of mineral only had a 1 in a billion chance of appearing in the land of extreme death. The black mineral contained the miracle of immortality and was the rarest of treasures. Yi Fan studied it carefully and finally learned a lot of valuable things. If he could return to the Big Dipper this time, he would pay more attention and collect them. By doing so, both he and his old friends would gain great benefits. There would be a qualitative transformation. Every step forward would shorten the time of cultivation by 100 years. The significance was too great. In the blink of an eye, for months had passed. The various clans of the Eternal Lord Star were in full swing. Their preparations had almost come to an end. It could be seen that they were very serious and attached great importance to this trip. Yi Fan chose to join a super noble clan known as the Rising Sun City. In the history of such an ancient clan, there had been great sages. In particular, some of them still had King of Sages. Therefore, they were known as nobles. The Chao clan, the Brahmin clan of the Immortal Feather Star Ocean, the Mo clan of the original Demon Star Ocean, the Zhao clan where Zhao Qingchuan was from, the Rising Sun City Royal clan, including the Lantua clan, there were a total of 11 clans. The pre-war preparations were almost done. They were about to start assembling and embarking on the road of expedition. A war across star fields was about to begin. Yi Fan was not so optimistic. There really were experts in this star field. It was not as simple as he thought. If the great sage rode a divine mecha on the road, it would most likely be a disaster. Of course, he was not pessimistic. Since he could not stop it, he could only follow. When the time came, he would inform the saints of the Big Dipper in advance. Perhaps there would be a grand occasion where the weapons of the great ancient emperors collided with the mecha of the ancient gods. I should prepare some gifts for them. For example, I should send some sketches to the 11 great royal clans. It would be best if I could lead them to places like the Origin Ancient Mine or the gathering place of the ancient races. However, it was very difficult to do so. Who would believe him? If he presented the sketches, he would most likely be immediately targeted and found out. In the end, the opportunity came. What happened next caused a huge uproar. A pair of siblings from the Purple Cloud race who had been lost in the universe for many years returned with shocking news. They said that they had been to the Big Dipper star field and had fallen near a strange place called the Immortal Mountain. They had hibernated there for many years, but in the end, an accident happened. The evolutionary fluid that they had refined was taken away by a native. That is really a treasure land. Through the description of the siblings from the Purple Cloud race, it has been confirmed that the words of the Lanto race can be trusted. That native has one of the strongest physiques in the universe. Perhaps there really are many powerful bloodlines in that land. Miss Ziyan has finally returned. She is the pride of the Purple Cloud race. She has entered the universe alone with her brother for so many years to refine the evolutionary fluid. It is really admirable. She is the most beautiful fairy on the eternal main star, comparable to Qi Meng and Fan Xian in the Immortal Feather Star field. When Yi Fan received the news, he was stunned. The pair of alien siblings had escaped and returned. They were once his captives and had only just returned to the mother planet. The fairy-like beautiful young lady Ziyan and her group had suffered greatly. The mothership had been taken away, leaving only the golden mecha god's will inside. It had to constantly jump through space and was lost in the cold and dark universe more than 10 times. It had almost died outside and only returned after a narrow escape. Some of the warriors who had returned with them were immediately secretly divided up by the various royal families. They were lured with large amounts of money just to understand that ancient planet. Unfortunately, these people's knowledge was limited. Because they had been immersed in refining the evolutionary fluid for many years, they had no idea what kind of divine land the real Big Dipper star was. They also talked about some important matters. When they were about to leave, they had captured many strange races. The power of their bloodlines was indeed extraordinary. This could not help but make the people of the eternal main star even more excited. Yi Fan began to move. He distributed various versions of the secret map, making people mistakenly think that it was the secret revealed by these people who had returned. After doing all this, there was only one thing left, and that was to save the Southern Demon. In these few months, he had been working hard to confirm her identity, but it was still difficult to get close. The Lanto race's defenses were too strict. Finally, before he set off, the ancient Saint Qi Yaoguang brought him an important piece of news. Recently, rumors had been everywhere. All kinds of maps of the Big Dipper star field were flying in the sky. This made the various royal families lose confidence. Together, they forced the Lanto race to make them reveal all the secrets the demon god knew. In the end, the 10 generals pressured the royal families. The Lanto race had no choice but to tell the truth. They allowed them to see the demon god's sea of consciousness. Everything was no longer a secret. What? The demon god is a clone and not the real one? Yi Fan was a bit surprised, but he was not that surprised. He had long suspected that it was most likely not the real Southern Demon. That's right. There is a strand of the Southern Demon's imprint in his sea of consciousness. Most of it is led by a half-saint from the Lanto race, Qi Yaoguang said. The Southern Demon had once fought with the Lanto race. In order to save her sister, Qi Huoshui, she almost died and spilled a lot of demon god's blood. The Lanto race used this to forge the demon god's body. Qi Yaoguang said, a few years later, the demon godlike man came back and killed many of the Lanto race's experts. However, under the intervention of an ancient saint, he lost an incarnation and passed away with heavy injuries. Yi Fan was shocked. The Southern Demon was not simple. To be able to escape from an ancient saint, either he was well prepared or he was unbelievably powerful. In that case, the demon god's sea of consciousness now contains the imprint of the Southern Demon's incarnation? That's right. Qi Yaoguang nodded. Since the Lanto race revealed the secret, did you let anyone see the consciousness of that incarnation? Yi Fan asked. I saw it myself. Qi Yaoguang showed it to him. In the end, Yi Fan was dumbfounded. The Southern Demon was really ruthless. He lost his incarnation and almost died. It was definitely done on purpose. That was because these imprints were all terrifying killing plans. The Big Dipper in the demon god's Sea of Consciousness did not seem to have many ancient saints. The Sea of Consciousness clearly showed some important places of the ancient race, thinking that there were divine treasures there. That incarnation was definitely done by the Southern Demon and was left behind on purpose. This is a massacre against the ancient race. The people of the Eternal Lord Star and the ancient race will kill each other. When the Southern Demon left, the Big Dipper Star region was in deep trouble. The threat of the ancient races was too great. They could sweep through the world at any time and leave billions of corpses behind. In a sense, the Southern Demon was forced to leave. Yi Fan distributed the map and wanted to do the same. However, it was not perfect because he did not fall into the same situation as the Southern Demon and could not take advantage of the current situation. The Southern Goblin's plan was very perfect. It displayed all of his intentions, and the two of them coincidentally had the same idea. How ruthless! Yi Fan laughed. The Southern Demon was indeed impressive. Woo! The war horn left behind by the ancient great sage sounded. The motherships of the Eternal Lord Star rose into the air one after another and headed for the Stargate that had been opened long ago. The Violet Cloud royal family also joined in. A total of 12 noble families set off, and each group sent at least 4 motherships. As for the ancient Saint Mechas, there were even more. There were also powerful beings like Saint Kings to hold the line. Chapter 1171. The thick bugle horn released an oppressive, desolate divine sound. The expeditionary army set sail, breaking the peace of tens of thousands of years. Every mothership was followed by a group of warships. They were densely packed, covering the sky and covering the earth. Each of the 12 great clans sent out at least 4 motherships, some as many as 7. They moved majestically, releasing holy might as they tore through the sky, continuously entering the enormous starry gate in outer space. This was a great battle that spanned across galaxies. Under the rumbling of the ancient war bugle horn, large amounts of steel flickered with ice-cold luster. They covered the sky and covered the sky dome as they headed towards the other shore of the starry sky. Many people sent them off. All types of flying ships rushed into the sky, and there were also many experts who flew into the sky with their physical bodies. The various king clans' descendants and women were like sending off their heroes on their way, scattering flowers in the void. "I'll be waiting for your return." A beautiful young lady transmitted sound to a young man. I'll conquer a large territory and establish a resplendent country. Children, I'll be waiting for your good news." There were ancestral saints who came to send them off as well. The fluctuations they released resounded through the sky dome, resonating with the entire star domain. "Brave warriors who have expanded our territory will be waiting for your triumphant return." The relatives and friends of the 12 great clans sent them off, sending out their blessings. The warships were like a forest, flickering with the cold luster unique to metal. The expeditionary experts' morale was very high. They were all waiting for glory to descend and carve out a splendid future. In the end, the enormous starry gate slowly dimmed. All of the warships entered, completely disappearing into another resplendent sea of stars. The Great War had begun. The boundless cosmos, the boundless starry sky, it was incomparably grand and boundless. From ancient times until now, it had been called the cosmos. People could only define it like this because it was vast, profound, and terrifying. There was no way to measure it. Darkness was the eternal theme. Even though there were countless stars, they still seemed insignificant in this black curtain. The coldness and loneliness were boundless, far more cruel and terrifying than people could imagine. The first spatial jump went smoothly. They appeared in a bleak void. This was a region of death without the slightest fluctuation of life. The Southern Fiend recorded the path using the Fiend race's most ancient and simple starry sky coordinates without any mistakes. After complex restoration and deciphering, they sorted out the correct route map. Very good. Let's make the next space jump. If there are no accidents, we will need to make more than 400 jumps in total to reach that mysterious ancient planet with life. When Yi Fan heard this, he was moved. It seemed like his change of direction was not a horizontal one. Reaching eternal kingdom was a vertical one. He remembered very clearly that when he stepped onto the five-colored altar, strange dead stars descended one after another. In total, there were less than 100 dead stars. The second, the third, the 88th space jump. Everything was very stable. A large number of motherships led the endless steel battleships forward with a might that could sweep through the star field. After crossing the sky for the 89th time, all the battleships came out from the huge stargate. A strange fluctuation appeared in front of them, and the alarm rang in every mothership. There's a spaceship up ahead. It's extremely damaged, lying in the cold starry sky, together with the cosmic dust. An image appeared on the big screen. It was a 1,500-foot-long battleship. It was majestic and huge, almost as big as the mothership. It belongs to our everlasting star region, but we don't know which family it belongs to. It's actually destroyed here. Send a battleship to see what happened. A silver spaceship rushed up, forming a stream of light. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the huge ship and circled around it to observe. Then, it entered through the huge hole. Suddenly, a mournful scream could be heard. Every battleship received their signal. The people who entered the spaceship suddenly had their facial features contorted. Then, they exploded one by one. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, dyeing the screen red. Then a strange sound was heard. The connection was cut off, and the place became deathly silent. Who can tell me what happened? In the mothership of the original Demon Star Ocean, the Marquis of the Mo clan shouted coldly. The damaged spaceship belonged to their clan. No one could answer. There were many things in the universe that couldn't be explained. The vast great void was incomparably long, and people couldn't explore it in their entire lives. Anyone who traveled in the universe would know that things that were 100 or 10,000 times stranger than this had happened before. It was incomprehensible. Shoot them! The Marquis of the other mothership decisively gave the order. There were so many of them here. Not to mention the ancient mechas, there were 50 to 60 motherships. If they fired at full force, even a sage would be smashed to pieces in an instant. Moreover, in this expedition, the various clans had ancient sages to support them. They had nothing to fear. Boom! A beam of light tore through the darkness, cutting open the cold and eerie huge ship. Everything inside could be seen clearly. In the next instant, something strange happened. Many people in the battleships cried out in fear. All kinds of signals were cut off, and the spaceship was showing signs of losing control. Within the damaged hull, a huge fog appeared. It was dusky and thick like lead clouds. The pressure actually caused the void of the universe to crack. It spread out in an instant, covering the sun, moon, and stars. It enveloped the entire void, completely submerging the mothership and the hundreds of battleships around it. Not good, this is the devil fog. Retreat quickly, avoid it. Someone cried out in alarm. This was simply the bane of all spaceships. Everywhere it passed, the battleships were all corroded beyond recognition. Even the great Tao runes couldn't stop it. This is an extremely dangerous thing in the universe. Even the ancient sages have to avoid it. It can devour and destroy everything. Fortunately, we only encountered a small amount. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble. Quickly ask the sages to take action. No one could say for sure what kind of substance the devil fog was. It would sometimes have strong electromagnetic properties, and sometimes it would display a destructive divine energy that was constantly changing. It was very rare in the universe and was classified as a terrifying legendary thing. It was definitely terrifying, but it was difficult to determine whether it had an independent will or whether it was a living body. The four ancient sages acted at the same time. Divine chains of order formed millions of marks. They flowed and formed a cage that trapped all the fog in the center. They refined it together and continuously destroyed it. When there was only a little bit left, a sage opened his mouth and spat out a divine glass furnace. It was resplendent and crystal clear. The furnace opened and the remaining fog was forcibly sucked in. Existences of this level naturally didn't lack divine weapons. Some weapons were left behind by the ancient ascetics. They were peerless in power and were similarly suitable for them. Bring it back and properly study it. Just what kind of substance is this? In the distance, there was a terrifying scene. Over 100 warships were all damaged and lifeless. It was clear that not a single person had survived. Meanwhile, the marks on the mothership at the center were also dim. The body of the ship had been cut open and not a single person had survived. This group of motherships had been completely devoured and crippled. They had just set off, but they had already lost a priceless mothership. This made everyone feel very depressed. Anything can happen in the universe. This isn't much. If we want to cross galaxies, we must be prepared to sacrifice ourselves. Let's continue on our way. A sage said coldly. The people of the 12 great nobles frequently entered the starry sea of the cosmos and naturally understood this kind of cruelty. They had encountered things many times more terrifying than this. As a result, they weren't that depressed. They quickly adjusted themselves and continued forward. The following path was rather long because the ancient coordinates of the southern demon were becoming more and more difficult to understand. The original calculations and deductions weren't necessarily accurate and needed to be verified repeatedly. They took many wrong paths and had to continuously correct them along the way. This process was time-consuming and exhausting. They deduced, calculated, explored, and verified. In the blink of an eye, 5 months had passed and they were only halfway through their journey. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm sounded. Every spaceship rumbled as they were swept up by a terrifying great Tao fluctuation. Many small spaceships were violently impacted and quickly disintegrated. Enemy attack. Battle prowess comparable to the ancient saint level. An unknown creature is rushing over from the depths of the universe. It was a gigantic beast the size of a small mountain. It was several hundred zhang tall, and its entire body was covered in blood-colored scales. Even its eyes were blood-colored, and it was as muscular as a wild bull. It had a pair of dragon horns on its head, and its claws were as sharp as a black rock's. It directly tore at a mothership, destroying many battleships along the way. It let out a spiritual fluctuation that shook the universe. The sound of its roar was enough to shatter one's soul. Yi Fan was shocked. The vastness of the universe was indeed mysterious. A creature comparable to the ancient saints actually appeared in this boundless and silent starry region. What kind of creature is this? Where did it come from? Why is it attacking us? This is a vicious beast that has reached the saint level. A year ago, a mothership of my Zhao clan came to explore this part of the universe and encountered it. Its young son was severely injured and it chased us through many starry regions. I didn't expect to come here and meet it again. It didn't need to think to know that the Zhao clan had almost killed the son of an ancient saint-level vicious beast. Now that they had met again, they naturally wouldn't let it go. The battleships around the mothership were all destroyed by its spiritual roar and exploded. The powerful mothership was torn apart by it, and cracks also appeared on it. Boom! The protective light screen of the mothership opened and finally got rid of it. It was not a lie that the mothership could fight against the saints. At this time, it displayed its true battle prowess and emitted a brilliant light. The sages who accompanied the expedition appeared, and this time, there were 8 of them. All of them emitted destructive waves, causing the entire starry sky of the universe to tremble. Black holes appeared everywhere, and even the stars were about to fall. This ancient vicious beast opened its mouth and roared. Its blood-red eyes flashed fiercely. It knew that it would definitely die if it fought, so it tore open the void and escaped. However, before it left, it slapped down with its claws. Hundreds of small spaceships turned into cosmic dust and were destroyed in an instant. They couldn't resist at all. Yi Fan was shocked. Traveling in this dark universe, he actually met such a lonely and terrifying saint. The boundless starry region was indeed incomparably terrifying and mysterious. There's no need to pay attention to it. Let's continue. The huge fleet of motherships made another space jump. The 2 saints held the line to prevent the beast from following them. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The expedition army combined the route that the siblings from the Violet Cloud royal family had taken when they were lost and carefully calculated the coordinates left by the southern demon. The road ahead was gradually becoming clear. Perhaps they would reach their destination soon. Half a month later, a battleship that was exploring the starry region and verifying the road ahead seemed to be startled. It quickly retreated. The captain's voice trembled as he reported a terrifying matter. "We found them. It's been 100,000 years, they're actually still here. They've existed for eternity." Very soon, everyone in the huge fleet of space carriers was horrified. They also saw a terrifying scene. That kind of majestic scene made every cultivator's hair stand on end. Even the Supreme Saint turned pale after seeing it. Chapter 1172. In the ice-cold starry sky, there was a vast expanse of darkness. It was boundless, majestic, and magnificent, carrying with it a boundless pressure. It approached from afar, making even the saints' faces turn snow-white. The universe was extremely vast, boundless without end. Even if humans could travel across it, they could only move about in a limited area for their entire lives. In the face of this unknown dark sky, they were too insignificant and insignificant. It was almost impossible to encounter anything in the star domain, and loneliness was the eternal theme. However, today this norm was broken. What they saw was extremely shocking, and when they woke up, they felt a chill from head to toe. Their mothership fleet was enormous and majestic, but at this time, compared to the large steel forest on the other side, they seemed very weak and insignificant. That was a huge fleet, and every ship was incomparably vast. The smallest was thousands of zhang in length, while the largest was tens of thousands of zhang in length. They stretched across the sky, densely packed and covering the heavens and earth. After drifting through the cosmos for who knew how many years, they had long since been engraved with the long river of time. However, time was still immortal, existing since ancient times. It's really time. Even the ancient saint's voice was trembling. The ice-cold fleet was even more majestic and magnificent than their mothership fleet, stretching as far as the eye could see. This was an invincible overlord that could sweep through the cosmos. Even though most of the battleships were already dim and the luster wasn't as bright as before, that kind of dignity and grandeur was still there. In particular, the immortal Great Tao traces hadn't faded and were still flowing, emitting a supreme divine might that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This was eternal glory, the crystallization of a peak era's civilization. They had once swept through the 6 directions and 8 desolates, reigning supreme in the cosmos they could reach. Wherever their war flag pointed, all would submit. However, even now, they no longer had a trace of life fluctuations and became lifeless. At a glance, it was like an ancient tomb. This was a type of desolation, and even more so a type of desolation. All of the glory, all of the past, had been buried in the dust of history, drifting alone through the cosmos. This was a group of incomparably terrifying ghost ships. After all these endless years, people's expressions changed at the mention of these ships. When facing them, it was like facing death gods, like evil spirits that had broken free from their shackles in hell. 100,000 years ago, their brilliance was boundless, creating an unprecedented flourishing age. That was a great era of prosperity, illuminating the world with an unrivaled divine splendor. However, as they came to an end and reappeared after a period of time, they became synonyms for death and fear, shocking the entire universe. No one knew what had happened. After an expedition into the depths of the universe, the once invincible fleet set foot on a path of no return, and when it reappeared, it became a ghost ship. This was a nightmare. The invincible Radiant had transformed into the shadow of death. The first mothership fleet that discovered them rushed over to take a look. In the end, they became the followers of the Grim Reaper and became a part of it. Because of this, the ancient sages of the Eternal Lord Star were alarmed. In the end, 11 ancient sages went, but none of them returned. After a long time, when people saw them again, they discovered that the warships of the 11 sages had also become part of them. And at that time, as long as 20,000 years had passed, people felt that the dangerous period had passed. Even if there had been a terrifying entity in the fleet in the past, it should have long since left, and the mystery could be unraveled. However, the nightmare continued, and the terrifying past repeated itself. The 4 ancient sages boarded this fleet, and without a sound, they disappeared with them into the depths of the dark universe, never to return. 50,000 years later, it appeared again. There was no end, no beginning, and it was unknown where it was heading, moving forward aimlessly in the void universe. At that time, after the various hegemons of the Eternal Lord Star learned of this, they sent 10 sages together to block their way in the cold universe and enter deep into the fleet. However, the nightmare continued, and it did not end. The 10 sages all disappeared, just like their predecessors, never to return. At that time, the people of the Eternal Lord Star were anxious and mobilized a large number of destructive weapons. They were unwilling to reveal the strange and terrifying truth, and launched an attack that could destroy a star field. It was a scene that made people's hair stand on end. The light beams that could destroy planets, suns, and many other celestial bodies were of no use at all. These ghost ships floated tirelessly without a beginning or an end. All the divine items of the Great Path and the divine light were useless against them. On the contrary, a strange wave spread out, and the motherships that participated in the attack were all turned into dust, turning into cosmic dust. No one escaped. The terrifying past terrified the people of the Eternal Lord Star. In the past 100,000 years, they had ventured deep into the universe to mine, and they had encountered them 14 times. They appeared in different star fields, separated by who knew how many galaxies. It was hard to imagine how they had arrived. The last time they met was 40,000 years ago, in a remote galaxy that was unimaginably far away. Since then, they had never appeared again, and people thought that they had disappeared in the desolate frontier of the universe. Who would have thought that the ancient specter ship would appear again? Just like in the past, their silence had never changed in the past 100,000 years. They were lifeless, and the living avoided them. Get out of the way, make way for them. Fear spread, and even the saints had ugly expressions. It was this terrifying fleet of ghost ships that had silently swallowed their ancestors. No one could stop them. Even now, they would not forget the tragedy of the past. Unless the ancient gods were resurrected, they would only die a tragic death if they went up. This was a cold steel jungle, but also a graveyard of death. It could bury ancient saints and devour all the strong. 100,000 years ago, that was the peak of glory. What did the strong who went on the expedition encounter? Why did it become like this? This was the question on everyone's mind, but no one could answer it since ancient times. Even where they were going and what they wanted to conquer, no one could find out, because they did not leave behind any clues. This invincible fleet had quietly traveled far away. Could it be? 100,000 years have passed, and we still can't uncover the truth? After such a long time, maybe there is nothing there anymore. The younger generation was too far away from that period. Some hot-blooded youths could not resist the curiosity in their hearts, and wanted to be the exploration heroes that tore apart the fog. Kill anyone who dares to act recklessly. The ancient saint personally gave the order. The more powerful one was, the heavier their heart felt. How many ancient saints had fallen back then? There was no lack of outstanding figures among them. The 10 saints from 50,000 years ago had boarded with the mentality that the past had long passed, and that everything had been smoothed over with time. In the end, they were all annihilated. Just how powerful was this fleet back then? Looking at the scale, it is truly vast and magnificent to the extreme. Could it be that they had gathered all the strength of the former Eternal Lord Star? Some nobles could not help but feel their hearts palpitate and ask this question. This fleet was truly too magnificent. It was like a dark cloud covering all directions, so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. Among them, there were 4 giant ships that were at least 200,000 zhang long, much grander than the motherships of the present day. They were densely packed at the center of the fleet. If these ghost ships that had existed since the ancient times were giants, then this fleet of expeditionary ships was only a dwarf. They could not be compared at all. Back then, our Eternal Lord Star was truly glorious. Perhaps extreme prosperity leads to decline, and even the heavens could not bear to see it continue. An ancient saint looked at the 4 giant ships with a pale face. He spoke of some ancient past events, causing people to inhale a breath of cold air. In that era, the Eternal Kingdom had indeed reached an extremely powerful flourishing age. It was already very glorious for an ancient star to produce 3 great sage in an era. However, 100,000 years ago, the people of this star field achieved a breakthrough and broke the norm. No one knew whether it was 7 great sage, or a few more could be added. In short, it was world-shaking and had reached a shocking level. People said that if there were no accidents, a god might have been born in that era. In the end, their wishes were not fulfilled. That expedition was led by the 4 great sages. In the center of the ghost ships that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, the 4 magnificent motherships that were 200,000 feet long were the exclusive holy ships of the great sages. What? 4 great sage-level motherships? Back then, there were 4 great sages who led the fleet on an expedition. How terrifying was their combat strength? They disappeared in such a strange manner and became ghost ships in the end? Many people were shaken and expressed their shock at this result. The ancient saints felt bitter in their hearts because some of their direct ancestors had died in unknown ways. The enormous ghost ships carried an aura of death as they passed by their eyes. No one dared to go forward and could only watch the glorious relics of their ancestors from afar. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm, Something's not right. What's that? What's that? There's a huge iron chain between the 4 great sage ships? None of the motherships could scan that area because there was a strange fluctuation being emitted from that area that could block all probing. A noble stood outside the mothership and gathered his courage to look into the distance. He used his heavenly eye to observe the indescribable scenery. However, the distance was too far. In the blurry darkness of the universe, the distance between any celestial body was unreachable and boundless for humans. Move closer. An ancestral saint also noticed the situation and ordered a mothership to fly forward. He didn't dare to get close and only watched from afar. Many experts rushed out of their spaceships and gazed into the distance. As their eyes opened and closed, beams of light shot forward. Yi Fan also left the battleship and stood on the body of the ship to look into the distance. His heavenly eye was extremely sharp, so he immediately saw the inside story and was immediately shaken. It's a huge ancient coffin. An ancient saint cried out involuntarily. They got even closer. Everyone gazed into the distance in fear and amazement and finally saw the miraculous scene clearly. The 4 ancient ships of the great sage were each in a different direction, and there was a massive coffin locked within each of them as they floated through the universe. It was unknown what the ancient coffin was made of. It seemed to be made of gold yet not gold, stone yet not stone, wood yet not wood. The material was unknown. It was simple and unadorned, as if it had passed through an unimaginable amount of time in the river of time. 4 thick chains were tied to it, shackling it in the center of the 4 great sage motherships. It seemed incomparably heaven-defying and evil. Although the coffin was huge, it seemed very small when compared to the 4 great sage ships. However, when everyone looked forward, they immediately ignored the 4 great sage ships and only had eyes for the coffin. In the cold cosmos, it was the only one. There was a terrifying existence that proved that it was the eternal protagonist of the world. An ancient saint said with a trembling voice, "In the past 100,000 years, our eternal star field has discovered the ghost ships that represent death 14 times. However, each time, we could only see the 4 great sage ships. There was only darkness between them, like a boundless mysterious void that couldn't be seen through. Who would have thought that we would actually see through it today? Or perhaps it could be said that it has revealed its true appearance." Another ancient saint said with a solemn expression, "So in that case, our ancestors sent out 4 great sage ships for this coffin? They excavated, or perhaps the spoils of war they obtained was this huge ancient coffin." The ancient saints all muttered to themselves. Yi Fan looked at the mysterious ancient coffin and great waves surged in his heart. Since the darkness has disappeared, everything can be seen. Perhaps we can go over and take a look. Let's stake it all. I will go and take a look to uncover this terrifying ancient mystery. A noble said. Chapter 1173. Facing an ancient mystery was a difficult choice that filled one with the desire to explore but at the same time filled their hearts with fear. Those from the Eternal Lord's Star naturally wanted to uncover the reason for the mysterious deaths of their ancestors. Now, the boundless dark void had disappeared and only a giant coffin had appeared. This made their thoughts even stronger. That's right. Perhaps we can blow away the fog and restore the truth of the past. The terrifying crisis is most likely over, another noble responded. This was a major event that transcended the ancient times. If they could find out the truth, it would bring them great prestige and benefits. The eyes of some arrogant nobles flickered. 100,000 years ago was an ancient and mysterious era. There must have been a reason for 4 great saints who could sweep through the starry sky to make a move and muster such a large force. It wasn't that the 4 great sages didn't reap any rewards. They locked the ancient coffin and embarked on their return journey. That was the item they were escorting, and it might be a priceless immortal item. Of course, the danger was obvious, but it was worth the risk. If they could gain something, it would most likely have a profound impact that would shake this era. You guys go and investigate. A noble ordered a few suicidal warriors to go forward and investigate with their lives. Among all kinds of terrifying legends, there was no such thing as the ghost ship taking the initiative to attack the spectators. Sending a few suicidal warriors to investigate shouldn't bring disaster to the fleet. Regardless of the era, there was no lack of people who walked on the edge of a blade and lingered between life and death. Their choices determined their fate. Different lives had different manifestations. The strength of these black-clothed people wasn't weak. 2 of them had already severed their paths. Of course, this was also the reason why they were willing to become suicidal warriors. Only by receiving the nurturing of the ancient undying clans could they obtain precious medicines and evolution fluids to advance. Now, the time to show their value had arrived. Without a sound or a single word, they flew towards the huge black mass of ships. This was a tomb of death built from a forest of steel. It had existed in the universe for 100,000 years. The ancient saints and nobles were all paying close attention. Everyone held their breath as they watched the suicidal warriors enter the fleet. Perhaps they could unravel the eternal mystery. More importantly, if there was no danger, this would be an unimaginable amount of wealth. Whoever obtained it would immediately become an overlord of a region. The 4 great sage-level motherships, the boundless corvettes, could sweep through the star domain 100,000 years ago, and now, they still could, not damaged. Soon, the 6 Deathsworn approached the 4 20,000-meter-long Great Sage-class ships and entered the space where they clustered. They're getting closer. Nothing unexpected has happened. Everyone became excited, and even some nobles couldn't hold themselves back anymore. If there was no danger, they would rush over to receive this batch of peerless saint artifacts. If the 4 great sages' corpses were still there, there must be divine treasures left behind. Quick, let's see what's different about that coffin. A royal noble impatiently said. The most uncertain factor was naturally the huge coffin. Perhaps all the danger was coming from it. Otherwise, why would the 4 ancient great sage tie it up? The death warriors were very careful. When they were 3 kilometers away, they circled around the coffin and gestured to this side. They didn't discover any danger. Suddenly, a person's expression seemed to shake, causing the cultivators on this side to become nervous. They all looked in the direction he was pointing. We can't see it from this angle. Move the mothership and go around to take a look. An ancient saint said. Everyone began to move to another part of the starry sky to take a look. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. After changing the angle, he further discovered the secret of the ancient coffin. The other corner of the coffin had a crack moved. To be more precise, there were several cracks. There was a coffin inside, not just one layer, but several layers of coffins made of the same material. 1, 2, 3, 8 layers of the ancient coffin had been moved away. When it reached the 9th layer, it was stopped and couldn't move. Because the angle of the movement was very small, one wouldn't notice it if they didn't look carefully. Only the last layer of the coffin was undamaged. It was like a solid body without a single crack. Divine 9-layer coffin. Yi Fan was shocked. Just as he guessed, this huge coffin was not simple at all. It was the coffin of a deity from countless years ago, and it should have been buried above the 9 heavens. At this moment, he finally understood why the Eternal Kingdom mobilized so many people and sent out the 4 world-shaking great sage 100,000 years ago. It was because what they wanted to do was not ordinary. They actually crossed the 9 heavens and stole the coffin of a deity. The 4 great sage forcefully opened the 8 layers of the coffin, but when they truly touched the 9th layer, they encountered a devastating disaster. That was the ancient great sage, invincible in the heavens and earth. In the era when the ancient emperors didn't appear, who could compete with him? He swept through the 9 heavens and 10 earths with no opponents. However, the 4 great sage worked together and led this boundless fleet to deal with a dead deity, but they were completely annihilated. Yi Fan's body was cold from head to toe. It wasn't the first time he saw the 9-layer coffin of the mythological era. This was because he had one in his cauldron. Killing Saint Chi Luo and the others suggested that he throw it away and bury it in the universe, but he didn't and still kept it by his side. Back then, he used his golden divine blood to open the outer layers of the coffin. Thinking about it now, he felt a chill run through his body. If he continued to open it like these great sage, he would probably have died many years ago, right? A deity had died a long time ago, but it still couldn't be touched by the stunning great sage. What kind of extreme combat power did this represent? Go to the great sage's ship and take a look, a noble ordered. 2 death-sworn boarded a magnificent ship. Even though time was merciless and time flew by, the great sage-level ship was still intact and flowing with a dim luster. The 2 death-sworn boarded, and not long after, someone came out and waved excitedly at them, telling them that there was an important discovery inside. The physical body of the great sage is undamaged. There were only 8 words, but they seemed to have a strange magical power. Both the nobles and the ancient saints couldn't sit still and were all excited. The value of that mysterious coffin was definitely immeasurable, but they couldn't determine its level yet. However, the divine treasury of the great sage could be seen. It was easy to imagine that it was worth it to obtain a corpse. There must be a top secret within their bodies. Perhaps they could find the 7th or even the 8th stage of the evolution fluid. One had to know that 100,000 years ago was a glorious peak that produced many great sages. It was inseparable from the most powerful evolution fluid. Those 4 were the rulers of that time, so how could they not have immortal elixirs? There was a commotion. An ancient saint spoke, forcefully suppressing everyone's impulses. Even though the crisis seemed to have been resolved and the ghost ship didn't devour lives like it did in ancient times, they still couldn't be careless. The giants discussed for a while, and finally, an ancient saint brought a group of people over to board the great sage's ship to move the divine treasury. The death-sworn soldiers that went over earlier couldn't even get close to the body of the fallen great sage. They were stopped by the terrifying supreme being Tao Marks, and if they took another step forward, their bodies would be crushed to pieces. An ancient saint personally led the group, but they didn't immediately enter the forbidden region. Instead, they stopped at the side of the dark mass of ships for a long time. Only after seeing that there were no problems with the death-sworn soldiers inside for a long time did they feel at ease. Over 100 people boarded a great sage ship. Soon after, loud laughter sounded. It was clear that they were extremely excited after seeing the world-shocking divine treasury. Or perhaps we can obtain the great sage-level evolution fluid. Everyone, there is no danger here. All of the warships and motherships are ours. A half-saint laughed loudly as he walked out from the ancient ship. This type of news immediately made everyone excited, their bodies all trembling. Forget about everything else. If they could obtain this type of glorious fleet, then it would be worth it. The 12 great king clans' strength and backing would advance by leaps and bounds. 4 great sage-level ancient ships, as well as many Saint King-level warships, and there are even exceptional mechas. Everyone immediately erupted into chaos, all of them becoming stupefied. Then, they almost went crazy, all of them wishing to rush forward. Suddenly, an ancient saint's expression changed, hurriedly shouting, "Not good! disaster has reappeared, hurry and return." His face was snow-white, veins jumping on his forehead. He roared loudly, truly wishing he could rush over and bring everyone out. What happened? What happened? Everyone was confused, all of them looking forward. What did they touch? Why did the ancient coffin become dark, unable to see through it, turning into an expanse of primal chaos? Everyone was alarmed. In the past, wasn't the ancient ghost ship just like this? The four great sage ships were covered in darkness, a boundless void representing death and loneliness. Now, this type of situation reappeared. Hurry and return. Everyone cried out loudly, not even the saints able to calm down. Divine light erupted from their eyes, staring rigidly forward. However, everything was too late. The 100 or so individuals all lost their auras, entering the ancient ship, thus disappearing. No! Many giants cried out loudly. The terrifying legend of the ancient ghost ship reappeared, even devouring a saint, cutting off his path of life. Suddenly, the void trembled, a figure rushing out from the great sage ship. That ancient saint appeared, doing everything he could to struggle, wishing to escape. His face was full of fear, unknown what he had encountered. "Save me!" He reached out his hand with difficulty, rushing out from the ancient ship, wishing to break free from the fleet. Outside, an ancient saint saw this, quickly lending a hand, because that saint was only a dozen or so steps away from the ghost ship region. Even though each step was difficult, he was still going to break out. However, something even more terrifying happened. It was as if there was an invisible large hand pulling at that escaping individual, slowly pulling him backwards, unable to come out. Meanwhile, the ancient saint who rushed to the ghost ship also released a great cry of fear, his face devoid of all color, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing. He himself couldn't budge an inch, as if he was pulled by an invisible hand, entering the ghost ship region. Then his facial features distorted, silently disappearing into the void. Everyone's backs were drenched in cold sweat. These were two saints. To them, they were unrivaled existences that could sweep through an ancient star. Yet at this moment, they seemed so helpless and weak, being taken away just like that. This was an absolutely terrifying scene. But what exactly is going on? Many kings were trembling. However, this was not the end. A strange fluctuation spread out, sweeping towards everyone. They were about to become a part of the ghost ship. No! Everyone was terrified, and they roared in anger. Yi Fan's heart was even more shaken. Others didn't know, but he felt it the clearest. This terrifying fluctuation actually contained a wave of void power, similar to the Ji clan's great Tao of Void, and it was coming for him. Void Emperor. Yi Fan was astonished. The divine 9-layered coffin buried above the 9 heavens might belong to the Void Emperor. No, there are two other types of terrifying power, not any weaker than this void power. They are tangling with it. His heart surged with monstrous waves. 3 ancient emperors, their powers were tangling with each other. After thinking of this possibility, Yi Fan was shocked to the extreme. How was this possible? But it was indeed true. It's over, we are also going to become a part of the ghost ship. At this moment, many kings were in despair. Chapter 1174. The murderous spirit of the ancient ghost ships reappeared. They had been drifting in the terrible universe for so many years, like a group of ghosts, silent and silent. Whenever they appeared, there would be a great calamity. Everyone thought that after 100,000 years, the calamity had become a thing of the past, but today it was proven that time could not erase them. They were still so heaven-defying. A large number of ships were black and boundless. The cold metallic luster was dim, but it was the most terrible graveyard in the world. Waves were spreading. Quick, make a space jump. Even the saints were anxious. Some people tore open the void and left directly, while others built a stargate, wanting to take away the fleet. They were far enough away and had a buffer time. Half of them retreated and successfully escaped. Only the people in Yi Fan's area could not succeed, because one of the great void paths was mainly aimed at them. To be exact, it was because of Yi Fan. The rising Sun royal family was anxious. The 5 motherships and a large fleet could not make a space jump at all. They were imprisoned by a mysterious force and could not escape. This was a great disaster. In addition to the rising sun royal family, the motherships of half of the nobles were blocked. The construction of the Stargate failed. In front of the Great Void Path, their space laws were not enough. What kind of power is this? The great laws of the ancient ghost ships are unparalleled. Are we all going to be buried here? Everyone's faces were pale. They wanted to fly away with their bodies, but found that it was impossible. They were all fixed by the power of the void. They would not forget the miserable state of the 2 saints just now. It was as if a pair of invisible hands were tearing them apart and pulling them into the door of death. Their facial features were distorted, and they could not break free. It's coming for me. Yi Fan's scalp was numb. No matter how many methods and magical powers he had, he could not get rid of it. This was the aftermath of the power of the ancient great emperors for more than 100,000 years. He felt that he could be turned into ashes at any time. In front of this kind of power, an individual was too small, even if he was about to become a saint. There was no sound in front of him. A terrible disaster was happening. 2 motherships and hundreds of frigates were broken inch by inch, turning into cosmic dust. The waves were about to spread here. I don't want to die. Why would the primeval emperor want to kill me for no reason? At the moment of life and death, Yi Fan truly understood how insignificant his strength was. To the masses, ancient emperors were akin to gods. No one had the strength to contend against them. The situation was critical. That wave of fluctuations quickly arrived, shattering the 3rd mothership and a large number of ships. The holy artifact was extremely weak and couldn't withstand a single attack from the aftermath. The situation was critical, but Yi Fan's heart calmed down. Perhaps he was going to die, but he couldn't panic. His body couldn't move, so he had to be calm. The destructive power belongs to the other 2 great emperors. The great Tao of the void is merely spreading. It hasn't destroyed any living beings. After Yi Fan calmed down, he felt that time seemed to have stopped. In a split second, he made all kinds of judgments and used his golden spirit to display the profound meaning of the great void technique that he knew. The great Tao of the void is coming for me. The only thing I can attract him is his Tao. Golden divine senses resonated, merging with the unmatched great Tao. He discovered that his body could move, no longer restricted. His judgment was correct. Clang. Then, Yi Fan opened his mouth and spat out an ancient mirror. Tao patterns interweaved, simple and unadorned. On it were the sun, moon, stars, and the universe's chaos. It explained the mysteries of the void. This was a royal weapon that Jianghu had left in the Eternal Kingdom. It was obtained by the people from heaven and fell into his hands. He didn't expect it to become a life-saving talisman. Once this mirror appeared, the ignorant great Tao of the void seemed to have gained consciousness. It was as if a person had come back to life and protected it. The replica of the void mirror shattered, and the tens of thousands of patterns imprinted inside turned into rays of light. They entered the universe and were absorbed by the great Tao. Yi Fan was shocked. This ancient mirror wasn't strong and could even shatter him. However, it was like a primer that revived the great Tao of the void that had been asleep for hundreds of thousands of years. Rumble. In the center of the specter ship, the divine spirit 9-layered coffin emitted strands of multicolored light. It was immortal light that interweaved into a pattern. The dark void gradually turned into light. Everything in front of the coffin could be seen. The other 2 mysterious fluctuations were being suppressed, and the destructive power was retreating. A primitive great emperor-level fluctuation was fighting for supremacy. They tangled with each other and obliterated each other. It was indescribably complicated and looked abnormally evil. Why is it like this? Yi Fan had almost never been as shocked as he was today. Didn't they say that it was difficult to meet great emperors and that they couldn't fight in the same world? But now he saw 3 kinds of emperor patterns. The great Tao of the void was fighting 1 against 2. In this silent confrontation, the universe's starry sky began to tremble. The stars in the sky were about to fall. Chi! 3 rays of light rushed out from the ancient coffin and entered the boundless sea of stars. They became eternal, became the heavenly Tao, and merged with the world's origin. They twisted, tangled, and interweaved like gods in a life and death battle. This is the continuation of the battle from hundreds of thousands of years ago. It is the end of the battle between the great emperors. Yi Fan's voice was trembling. It was really hard to imagine that such a thing could happen. In the depths of the universe, in the boundless sea of stars, he saw the aftermath of the great emperor's power. Who were those two? Yi Fan knew that this wasn't a true confrontation between great emperors. It was because the people involved had long passed away in meditation. It had been too long. This was only the continuation of their Tao, a conquest. The outstanding figures of endless generations were buried in the starry sky. Just the aftermath alone made the 4 great sages suffer grievances, making several dozen ancient saints fall, forming the terrifying ghost ship. This was the ghost ship secret, created by the 3 unmatched existences. Even now, their aftermath hadn't been extinguished yet. It's them, it's definitely them. Yi Fan felt his entire body go ice-cold. He understood the other two's origins. They were definitely from Undying Mountain. Back then, there was first the Great Completion Divine Body, and then there was the Void Emperor. The divine might of 2 eras suppressed the darkness chaos and quelled Undying Mountain's great calamity. Everyone knew that the Great Completion Divine Body's body declined due to old age. In his later years, he died at the sacred cliff, killed by someone. The Void Emperor took over and resisted everything. In the end, he also slowly grew old. When he succeeded and stopped, he was already in his twilight years. Not long after returning to his family, he buried himself in the boundless void chaotic streams. That era was too difficult. Undying Mountain didn't have just one unmatched existence. The Void Emperor had killed one before, and later on, he charged in alone. He fought against them with the intention of destroying everything indiscriminately. It could be said that that was the most difficult period of the human race. A human great emperor and several unmatched existences fought and dealt with each other. It was truly too difficult to quell the chaos. Moreover, the other restricted regions were also moving. It was hard to imagine just what kind of predicament the Void Emperor faced back then. Later generations obtained bits and pieces from the vanished desolate antiquity documents and restored some of the facts of the past. During the Void Emperor's era, the 7 great restricted regions were all active. This was a secret that wasn't recorded in historical records. It was an inference made by later generations after gathering endless rumors. That was a great era of darkness. Among the ancient great emperors, the Void Emperor might have suffered the most because he faced too many difficulties. Just what kind of pressure did he endure alone? It was unimaginable because he might have faced more than one restricted region's chaos. No one knew how he successfully quelled all the chaos, and even more so, no one knew what kind of price he paid. All of these, not many people in the current world knew. Yi Fan also only heard some rumors. Later on, when he asked GZ for confirmation, he only believed it after seeing his tacit agreement. There were also rumors in the world that the Grand Xia Empire's Grand Emperor might be the second reincarnation of the Void Emperor. Yi Fan also asked GZ about this, but he sadly shook his head. There were only a few desolate antiquity secrets that were passed down. It was said that the Void Emperor faced the most hardships. To be able to quell the chaos, he himself paid an unimaginable price. From birth, he fought until his old age. He faced several restricted regions alone, but in the end he still managed to quell the chaos. What kind of price did he pay? Yi Fan learned the truth from GZ. The Void Emperor had the undying medicine, but he only lived for one lifetime. Needless to say, this was a sad song. He fought the most among the great emperors, faced the most enemies, and paid the greatest price. The flourishing era of the human race that appeared later had a lot to do with his foundation. When he was alive, he beat his enemies until they were cold. When facing the great emperors of the later generations, his enemies didn't dare to waste any more time. In the later years of the Void Emperor, his body was weak. When he was about to pass away, he buried himself in the boundless void. The world didn't know that his battle hadn't ended yet. He fought against two supreme existences in the starry skies. Yi Fan muttered. At this moment, everyone could move. The great Tao of void appeared, suppressing the other two destructive powers. Everyone felt as though they had been granted amnesty and quickly retreated. The curtains fell on the war between emperors over 100,000 years ago. At this moment, the aftermath also emitted the ultimate radiance. There was an outcome. Clang. The final layer of the 9-layered coffin from the mythological era was actually opened. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eyes from afar, using all of his cultivation to observe, wanting to see through to the end. The aura of the great ancient emperor spread. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, all the motherships trembled and all the creatures knelt down. At this moment, the green bronze shone. Only when facing the most terrifying aura in the world did it recover and stabilize Yi Fan's body. In this starry sky, he was the only one who didn't kneel down. The ancient coffin buried in the 9 heavens opened. A majestic body fell down, holding a broken weapon in his hand. It was actually cast from eternal blue gold and dyed in the blood of emperors. Bang! The eternal blue gold had already shattered into dozens of pieces over 100,000 years ago. At this moment, this imperial weapon turned into a stream of light and flew in all directions, disappearing into the cosmos. This was the extreme Tao weapon of the enemy that the Void Emperor destroyed in the past. At the same time, another majestic body fell down from the ancient coffin. The aura of the great ancient emperor pervaded the air, shaking the world. Void, you fought for your entire life. Even before death, you dragged us down with you. Although I hate you, I still respect you. This was the remnant will of a majestic figure from more than 100,000 years ago. You calculated that we would come and faked your death in the coffin. Even though your body is old and weak, you still managed to kill us in the end. I'm not willing. This was the remnant will of another body. They had fallen over 100,000 years ago. At that time, their bodies should have disintegrated. The remnant will left behind in the past didn't disperse and remained until now. Now, inch by inch, they broke apart and turned into 2 beams of eternal immortal splendor, fusing into the cosmos. Boom! Large groups of ships were disintegrating. Spectre ship would no longer exist. Only a lonely ancient coffin was left. It shattered the iron chains and floated towards the depths of the dark cosmos. Quick! Activate the transportation formation and seize the divine treasury of Spectre ship. Many nobles shouted. Yi Fan, however, didn't move at all. He quietly watched the distant ancient coffin. He felt a kind of sadness for the Void Emperor. After fighting for his entire life, the last person, a coffin, left alone in the cosmos. It had come to an end just like that. He recalled the words of the Black Emperor, and his heart was moved. The true great emperor of the human race is invincible. Even the true great emperor of the human race is dead. Since Void was born, he had fought until he grew old. Even before his death, he was old and weak. He still fought against the 2 supreme existences alone in a cosmos that no one knew about. He had the elixir of immortality, but he only lived for 1 lifetime. Yi Fan muttered to himself, the true great emperor of the human race is dead. That simple and unadorned coffin left alone into the darkness until it couldn't be seen anymore. Chapter 1175. The 2 words Great Emperor were extremely heavy. The extraordinary years were like fleeting clouds. What they truly faced was the loneliness of the endless ages. Shocking talents were envied by later generations, but who knew what they experienced in their lives? From birth to old age, they faced it alone. This was truly a sad song. Old friends, people from the same generation as them all died. Only he himself carried pain and weariness as he fought. His long life was filled with loneliness. The desolate era was in chaos, and the passage of time erased everything. The later generations had forgotten his achievements, that he had once fought alone in outer space until now. In the eyes of the people, the great emperor was unrivaled, glorious, standing at the peak. He was someone that people yearned for. But who could understand the Void Emperor's miserable old age? Even though he was old and weak, his blood energy dried up, he still fought. His companions and beauties of the past had long since become graves, and he was the only one who lived the latter half of his life. In the end, he silently went on his way, choosing to fight against a great enemy in outer space until the very last moment of his life. He walked towards the end alone. After 100,000 years, the curtains closed. A single person with a coffin, no one to send him off. Only he himself left into the distance, entering the dark and cold depths of the cosmos, mournfully burying his bones in a foreign land. This was a true great emperor. Streaks of holy light surged, blossoming in the starry domain. That enormous fleet, including the 4 great sage ships, were all breaking apart inch by inch, quickly disintegrating. The Void Emperor's coffin left into the distance. The chains were broken, and his corpse went on its way alone, buried in the boundless void. Meanwhile, the remaining enormous fleet was being destroyed. This type of scene was world-shaking, absolutely terrifying. The ancient ghost ships are collapsing, they've reached the end. In the endless distance, the people of the Eternal Lord planet were all actively taking action. They quickly operated the formations, transferring the various ancient ships and divine artifacts in the starry sky. Those were all priceless treasures. The 4 great sage ships became the focal point of everyone's attention. There were divine depositories there, unparalleled treasures. They couldn't allow them to be destroyed like this. However, after the 9-layered coffin left, this place went out of control. Large amounts of the fleet shattered, turning into cosmic dust. It was difficult to stop it. The hearts of the 12 nobles were dripping blood. Even the saints clenched their fists and did everything they could to save the ship. This was the radiant fleet from 100,000 years ago. It was unrivaled. Unfortunately, no matter what he did, he couldn't defy the heavens. The Void Great Emperor's coffin left into the distance. The space it stopped in began to collapse. This type of situation was irreversible. Hurry, construct the greatest stargate, definitely lure out the 4 great sages' ships. Those are divine treasures. Even the ancient saints cried out loudly, personally taking action. In the heavens above, a gate that looked like it was forged from metal appeared. It was enormous beyond compare, as if it connected to the ends of the world. Symbols flickered about, locking down the area ahead. Boom! Swathes of metal fragments flew out and explosions rang out without respite. Silvery light flashed and even the sacred artifact was reduced to ash when it charged out. It's out! We fished out a great sage's ship. An aristocrat excitedly shouted. They trembled and waved their arms with all their strength. They nervously stared at the ancient holy ship that flew out from the stargate and released a boundless pressure. Not good, it's also breaking apart. It can't hold on any longer either. Everyone's hearts sunk. Even though the great sage's ancient ship flew out, it had long been broken apart. Moreover, it was still breaking apart, silently disappearing. Too terrifying. Just the aftermath of that ancient coffin destroyed the great sage's ancient ship. This truly is horrifying. Everyone trembled. They didn't have the courage to chase after the divine coffin at all. Even though it was the target of the great sage's expedition more than 100,000 years ago and was extremely precious, now, they could only leave it in the distance. Dazzling light erupted, and explosions continued. The great sage's ship broke apart into pieces. An ice-cold corpse fell out from within, drawing everyone's cries of alarm. It's the great sage from 100,000 years ago. Everything has been destroyed, and only his corpse was preserved. Within the destructive fluctuations, explosions continuously rang out. Only an aged corpse hadn't broken apart, the only thing that could still be considered complete. The saints took action together, not a single one of them wishing to capture him. However, Dao traces interweaved. The great sage's body began to collapse, making several ancient saints back up in alarm. This truly is a world-shocking horror. The final fluctuations from that ancient coffin actually produced such terrifying results. The great sage's body was blasted into blood and crushed bones. Within his body, a dim blood gourd fell, enduring the aftermath of the Tao laws. Kacha! The blood gourd also released shattering sounds, affected. However, it didn't completely shatter in the end, only having half of it left. Everyone was shocked. The aftermath continuously destroyed the ancient ship, corpse, and gourd, 3 types of great sage weapons, and only now did it disappear. One could imagine just how terrifying it was. That was just the remnant fluctuations of an ancient coffin from more than 100,000 years ago, yet it could still be like this. When faced with everything, everyone could only feel shock and fear. They couldn't say anything for a long time. In the depths of the cosmos, the earth-shattering fleet that had swept through the starry sky 100,000 years ago had been completely destroyed. Inch by inch, they turned into ashes, leaving nothing behind. Of the 4 great sage motherships, only this one broke free from the starry sky and rushed out of the Stargate. However, in the end, only half of the blood gourd was left behind. Let's see what kind of secret treasure was left behind. The blood gourd was collected by several ancient saints. They carefully checked it in one of the motherships. Outsiders were not allowed to approach, or else they would be killed without question. Everyone knew that they had picked up a treasure. How could the ancient great sage's items be ordinary? There were quite a few artifacts left behind in the broken gourd. Evolution liquid. There's actually the most powerful precious liquid from 100,000 years ago. This is truly a heaven-defying item. Cries of surprise came from within the mothership. A noble who had the qualifications to watch brought out such exciting news. The fleet immediately erupted. It's the 8th stage of the divine evolution liquid. When this news came out, it triggered a huge uproar. One had to know that the most sensational thing in the eternal star domain in the last 50,000 years was the refinement of the 6th stage of the divine evolution liquid. And now, an almost perfect precious liquid had actually appeared. What kind of heaven-defying divine object was this? It made people's mouths go dry. What a pity, 100,000 years is too long. Today, the medicinal properties have already deteriorated and are no longer the same as before. It can only barely approach the 4th stage of the evolutionary liquid. An ancient saint carefully examined it and came to this conclusion. It was unavoidably disappointing, but there was nothing they could do. Although it is regretful, this can still be considered a great harvest. The amount of this precious liquid isn't small, worthy of being the work of the great sage. Our 12 royal clans can all have a share. There were a few other precious artifacts inside the blood gourd. They were evenly divided by the ancient saints, and outsiders didn't know what they were. Meanwhile, this bottle of the most powerful evolutionary liquid was equally distributed among the 12 clans. The unexpected encounter with the ancient ghost ship resulted in the death of 2 saints and the destruction of several motherships. It could be said that the losses were not small. The Rising Sun Royal clan was the most pitiful. The saints of this clan who had accompanied the expedition had fallen, and there was only one mothership left. The fleet was still in pieces, and the evolutionary liquid they obtained fell into the hands of their marquis. At this moment, Yi Fan collected his thoughts and no longer gazed into the depths of the starry sky. He withdrew his gaze and stared at the marquis in the mothership. This marquis had an illustrious status. He was a giant of the clan and had reached the semi-saint realm. He might not necessarily be the one with the highest cultivation in the mothership, but his words carried the most weight. The saints said that if some divine ores were added to this evolutionary liquid and continued to be refined, it might become the best 4th stage of the precious liquid. This time, the expedition against the Big Dipper will be rewarded according to your contributions. This bottle of precious liquid is waiting for you all. The giant said to boost morale. The other clans all had saints overseeing them. Now, they seemed the weakest and could only rely on themselves. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to reap great rewards in the Big Dipper. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. He was recruited and was not qualified to enter the mothership. Now, he was in a battleship watching this giant through a big screen. He was determined to get this bottle of evolutionary liquid. A huge stargate appeared, and dozens of motherships began to set off with a dense fleet. Everyone gathered their thoughts and set off for the Big Dipper star region. This time, we will conquer that ancient star. No one can stop us. Even the ancient ghost ship has disintegrated and can't do anything to us. This is an auspicious sign. We will become the masters of this starry sky. The 12 Marquis began to cheer for their subordinates, saying that the experience of trembling with fear not long ago was a good sign. They began to advance, constantly jumping through space. Under the starry sky, our radiance is everywhere. The mysterious Big Dipper will belong to us. We will bring the light of hope and transform that place into a divine land. After another month of trekking, this expeditionary army approached the Big Dipper and sensed a breath of vitality. We're here. It's right in front of us. Through that quiet star area, we can sense the aura of a life star. We will conquer it. Everybody cheered and gazed at the screen. Our hard work will always be rewarded. We've left our homeland and traveled to this star area. Finally, we will get something. I heard that those natives are guarding the treasure mountain. They don't know its value. All the rare resources will blossom in our hands. The mothership started to divide in an orderly manner. The 12 great clans each occupied one side. Apparently, they wanted to divide the Big Dipper. That ancient star is big enough, comparable to our eternal Lord Star. However, the most precious resources are mostly concentrated in the north. We need to discuss how to divide them. Our Lanto clan only needs these 3 areas. The Lanto clan's royal noble pointed at a secret map. What? Your Lanto clan's appetite is too big. Besides the Blood Phoenix Mountain and the Fire Qilin Cave, you also want to swallow the Origin Ancient Mine? That place has the most precious life stone. The Chao family's royal noble was discontented. This time, our Lanto clan provided the information and secrets of this ancient star. Otherwise, how could you find this place? It's reasonable for us to take the Origin Ancient Mine, said the Lanto clan's royal noble. No! The other great clans objected together. The Mo family's royal noble said, Gentlemen, you can compete for the Origin Ancient Mine. My clan only wants the Immortal Mountain and the Holy Cliff. This place is far from the north. We won't compete with you. My Zhao family chooses the ruins of God. Besides, we also want the nest of 10,000 dragons and the primitive lake in the north. The royal nobles all spoke up and chose their own targets. They didn't want to give in and started to argue. Yi Fan's face showed a strange expression. However, he didn't say anything. He just coldly observed their decision. The Purple Cloud clan's royal noble said calmly, Gentlemen, don't argue. All of this was found from the sea of consciousness of the monster god. Let's see it with our own eyes before we decide. Correct. We are about to descend into the northern Dipper Star region. Let's make a trip there first and scout around. Seeing is believing. We can make a decision at that time. There is one thing that we must agree on. We definitely cannot attack each other. Even if the Origin Ancient Mine, Undying Mountain, Ruins of God, Fire Qilin Cave, Nest of 10,000 Dragons, and the other great subordinate lands truly have immortal medicines, none of us can harbor evil intentions and plot against others.